I don't care. It's too early.
Is your friend still going to be joining us, Ember?
Last I heard,
Okay.
I'll send him a message and because they don't have the best sense of keeping track of time sometimes.
That's fair.
Oh,
That's
good.
fair. It happens.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
sorry. I heard they don't have the something, and then I realized, oh, I have you talking in my YouTube.
yes.
Like I have the YouTube open in a different window.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I do that. Because of the sometimes you can't chat through the StreamYard, so I'll have the YouTube open in a
Yeah.
separate window so I can engage with the chat, and it doesn't. I don't always, even though I usually have the volume shut off, it doesn't stay that way. Sometimes it turns itself on, and then I get that double echo, and I'm like, "What is happening?"
Yeah.
Instead of turning the volume down, why don't you right click on it and just go mute tab, because that guarantees that it won't turn back on again.
Oh yeah, I did that. I just
We
forgot
are
to do
live
it at
now,
first.
by the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
We are live. You don't want to do an introduction. You're just going to let everybody, listen to us.
Yep.
Chat
Just
without any-
just mid conversation.
Yeah,
Look, it
just-
has its own kind of charm.
it-
Some of the best podcasts start with random conversation.
okay.
Oh well.
Do an intro. Intro now. Go. Your best intro.
Yeah. Okay.
Ah,
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Dino, your host for tonight's theta presentation, as well as a tier list on dinosaurs once it's over. I am joined by Beamsy.
Who may be a Frankenstein today.
maybe. Yeah.
Also joined by Mark
It's too early.
and Ember.
Woohoo!
And
Your level of
we might have
enthusiasm is just...
we might have a couple more people popping up throughout the stream. We'll have to see how it goes. But I think with the four of us here, we can probably go ahead and get started.
Yee.
So
I just want to
tonight's-
mention,
go
I've
ahead.
just been sitting here thinking this, the look on Snake's face right now, poor Taylor. I know that look when talking with Howard. That you'll see that a lot. Just what is going on? What that 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah, he starts kind of weird and then just slowly becomes more and more unhinged.
So he starts off his normal state and then goes into his angry state.
I don't want to call it angry. To use common terms, I would probably call it a schizophrenic rant. Is what it's closest to.
I haven't seen this debate, I'll be honest, but Howard's got a weird way of talking sort of down to people kind of thing. He's got this weird inflection to his voice when he's trying to sort of goes, and then kind of thing. And it's very, very subtle, but I'm not sure I would call it. It's kind of like nobody talks like that in ordinary conversation, right? Like the way that he talks to people.
Sure. I'm referring more to just how he bounces from one piece of quote unquote evidence to another.
Oh,
it's just seemingly at complete and utter random, whatever he wants to pull from the depths of his brain.
Hey, I also enjoy a random from time to time.
Are you
sure it's but you don't give a 20-minute presentation that's just randomness.
Yeah, are you sure it's the brain and not the other end?
The question is, does he know?
Now that is a matter for psychologists. I don't think any of us are qualified on that count.
But the biggest thing you find is people who actually know what they're talking about get passionate about if you start talking about their areas of interest. They get excited and bubbly and just want to share it. But people who think they're the smartest person in the room are going, how do you not know? You are an idiot. You are a fool. And you can see it in their where they act.
Yeah, those people who think they're the smartest person in the room are really annoying to those of us who actually are.
No,
I'm being ironic.
Yeah, I don't think I'm the smartest person in the room. I never will be. But it's a matter of if you talk about someone's area of interest, you can see the way that they just sort of light up and they sort of.
Yep.
Yeah,
Like
sure,
that-
sure.
Like when I first got to college, like that was how I knew I was at home. I had finally found my nerdy people.
Mm.
Like, have you seen this rock? Yeah, I've seen this rock. Have you seen this rock? Yes, I have. Da-da-da-da-da.
That's
Yeah,
another
Anyway.
thing.
Dylan
If my
Beansy in a
friend
nutshell, really.
if my friend does join us, that's another thing they do too. Is ooh, look, shiny rock.
Cool.
Yeah.
And
Careful,
so
it might be.
I
pyrite.
don't think we need to watch Snake's intro because I'm pretty sure,
Taylor's
or I
voice
think it was
was
pretty down to earth. Howard's is what we're here for. So we can go ahead and get started.
All right.
Awesome. Let's see. Is
Well,
is
this
it
is
already
meta.
playing?
Well, that's fine.
As
That's
I start,
scientific.
they appear.
That's scientific.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey there.
So everybody, this is Jess, one of my
Jess.
very favorite humans.
Oh, thank you.
Jess, this is Mark, who is beyond being a lovely human, is also probably the most knowledgeable about the processes of logic and philosophy of anybody I know personally. Beamsy, who
Oh.
is
Popsicle.
biogeology, meat popsicle. And Doc Dino, who is older than all of us combined.
But by a few millennia, let's say.
The funniest thing is, I'm both the oldest and the youngest person in this room.
What do you mean? I don't
Beamsy's
get
a
that.
paradox.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
29th February.
Well, welcome, Jess. It's very good to have you
Ah.
on.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to introduce yourself at all? It's the first time I think most of us have met you.
Oh, sure. So I'm Jess. I'm more of a persona in the TikTok land.
You have
Right
my
now
sympathy.
Right. Right now I'm mostly a game designer. That's my main line of work is I help with immersive gaming experiences that feel a lot like they're not video games, they're more like LARPing or I think immersive is the best way to say it. But I'm also trying to be an educator about neurodivergencies and people with disabilities right now.
Cool.
That's awesome. I've always been fascinated with sort of procedural story generation, like the whole RimWorld phenomenon of story generation. I've always been fascinated by that.
Me too.
I think it's interesting, but it's hard to do without it becoming repetitive, because the machine starts to do things in the same way.
Well, if you have enough random events, the stories are created by the user, which is the fascinating part about it. Sort of
True.
so these things, it's not so much what happens, it's the order they happen in that fascinates me. It's incredible because, like, I've got you come away with these stories from the game that are just a series of random events in a certain order that makes a story in your head, kind of thing. It's just that. Anyway, we're just going on to Jess's thing and just completely ignoring what we're here
I
for.
was like,
Now,
Dinos, what?
I mean, hey, it's
Yeah,
fine. This is supposed
it's
to be a
the
longer
Jess show
stream
now.
anyway.
and do you mind if I ask your pronouns, Jess, just quickly? Before
Oh
we
yeah,
start?
they them. Thank you for asking.
They, them. Yep, no problem at all.
Oh, right. Also, all y'all who can stream it to another platform, feel free to do so. This is an open access stream, I guess you could say, if you want some free content.
I feel like
That
Mark wants to
sounds
push
like
the button.
Work. That sounds like work.
I assure you, all you got to do is push the button. You can add a thumbnail and whatnot later if you want, but
Really?
mhm.
Oh,
I tested it on Creation Science Theater 5, and yeah, it just, as soon as you hit the button, it bloop. As long as your YouTube is actually connected to your StreamYard interface anyway.
Yeah. Like, I mean, hey, it gets more eyes on the stream, gets more people in the chat, and it makes it so you guys can actually make a bit of money for these appearances. So
But
win,
I mean,
win, 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 win.
it means that I'm going to have to keep my eyes on like 3 chats at once. This is
No,
gonna
they
be
all
nightmare.
show
No,
up
all
in
the
the
chats pop up
StreamYard stream.
in StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty neat.
Ah,
That's, in my opinion, that's one of the big advantages to StreamYard. Because while OBS can stream to multiple destinations, they all have to be preset. You can't add stuff in partway through.
I haven't figured out how to like send messages to the different chats while in StreamYards yet, but I assume there's a way.
Yeah, my problem is
Oh, we lost Jess.
technology being goofy, I suppose. But yeah, you can.
Sorry about that.
Nah, you're fine. You're fine.
Blame it on the pyrite.
Sure, I was going to go with solar flares. But yeah, my problem is
yeah,
figuring out
those
how
are
to send
happening.
messages to only one chat. Because like somebody will say something in one stream and I'll answer everyone, and then people in the other streams are like, who are you talking to?
You know what? We'll probably figure it out eventually.
what's Taylor's thing?
Snake was right.
Yeah, I just want to at him so he knows that he's on.
So we're starting with a debate review between this Howard fellow who's arguing that dinosaurs are dragons, and
wait, just really quick, Mark. It's just Snake was right, no spaces, each word capitalized.
Yeah, no problem. I don't think it matters with tags, but that's okay.
Sorry, you were saying number?
yeah. Howard is arguing that dinosaurs are dragons, and Snake was right is saying no. Just no.
Yeah, and Howard has an interesting amount of evidence for his side.
Ooh,
So,
evidence.
let's-
They never bring evidence. This should be good.
Evidence of a flavor. And let us begin.
Well, I do see the first picture.
Awesome. Okay, I'll go.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. Is it full screen?
Yes, let me make it full screen right now for you, Howard. Oh, there we go. Looks good. Looks good.
Awesome. Okay, so is it rational to identify these bone discoveries as dragons instead of dinosaurs? Well, I would obviously say yes. And it looks like some of the people that name the dinosaur discoveries are also of the same opinion.
Yeah.
Oh boy. There's
So
a
we're
few
starting
things to
off-
unpack here.
Well, we're starting off with appeal to definition, right? So if it's defined in a certain way, that's you're taking one definition or one etymology and saying, hey, that proves I'm right, kind of thing. So,
I mean, I'm not sure it's even applied or appeal to definition. It's just appeal to just the name.
yeah.
This logic is basically saying that a koala is a bear because people call it a koala bear.
Yes,
No!
exactly the same logic.
Love it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like we have the Boreal, like right here, Sleeping Dragon. That is literally just in the title of that article. Like the Titanosaur here, I think he's trying to apply that to the Greek Titans.
So there's also a dinosaur called the what was it? The Pantydraco. So
The what now?
Mhm.
I
There's
would-
a lot of
That sounded
There's a lot.
suspiciously like Panty Drapo.
Draco.
Draco.
Okay. Underwear
Panty
dragon.
Draco.
I mean, suffixes, prefixes,
Anti-drake.
they're weird. They're just weird.
Yeah, and also there's just a random hippo in here from all yesterday's. What the hell?
I mean,
hippo?
hippos
My
are
mouse
clearly
isn't-
dragons
there's my
anyway.
mouse. Well, so like this is a hypothetical drawing of if we discovered a hippo jaw, what we might reconstruct it as versus what it actually is. But he
Oh.
just flashes it and doesn't explain it.
But the
Love
thing
it.
is, we wouldn't reconstruct the hippo like that because we know how muscles are connected and what size muscles they are. we don't make assumptions that we just put skin around the bone and then go done.
But you see, Beamsy,
we
we're
might,
just
though.
guessing.
Well, I've noticed.
Haven't you
this
seen
about
how
Howard.
dinosaur reconstructions have changed? That means they have no idea what they're doing.
Well, I've seen this thing by Howard before. It's like he's not really trying to explain anything. He's just sort of scattergunning with everything that he thinks is sort of, so he'll basically have 10 conspiracies on a single slide, and you can't, like, I think they're to appeal to his audience because they know what they are. But, somebody seeing this would just go, what is this? Like, I don't
Yeah.
even know what he's talking about, kind of thing.
It
And he doesn't explain any of it.
And
Well,
why doesn't
Nope.
he have the full name of the Dracorex? Because the full name is Dracorex Hogwartsia.
But because that wouldn't be conducive to his point, and it'll make it obvious it's referencing frickin' Harry Potter.
Like
details.
speculation as truth or something. Like,
Yeah.
That's the mud fossil way.
mhm.
Their motto, I believe, is "It looks like a maple leaf."
So it must be.
Hey.
Oh boy.
Dracorex is Dragon King, but the full name was Dracorex Hogwartsia, and
Mhm.
it sort of gives away what it means.
Just a little. And,
Oh,
like,
it is running in my
Titanosaur
channel.
is... Huh?
It is running in my channel. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hypothetically,
Sorry,
yeah.
not hypothetically, in actuality, because I just checked. But it's also offering me a membership to my own channel. How dare I?
I mean,
sorry, I
Mark,
just- Yeah.
as a channel member myself, I have to tell you, you can gain access to all kinds of custom emojis.
Oh, wow, thank you. That's amazing. What kind of emojis? No, I'm done. Let's go. I don't really want to...
Same thing if you subscribe to Ember. And I don't know how TikTok works,
Absolutely.
but maybe yes as well. I don't know.
I don't know anything about. Are we talking about subscribing or just special emojis or what?
Yes.
Membership, so
Oh,
special emojis. Yeah.
I know that's a thing that exists, especially if you connect to Discord, but I don't know. I haven't gotten subscribers yet, so I like Patreon a lot more right now.
That's fair.
Probably.
Speaking of
Patreon's-
which, most of us have a Patreon on here. Da-da-da-da. Anyway.
Because we have Titanosaurus, we have Dracorex, and we have many other sleeping dragons that have been found, and sea dragons that have even been found in the UK.
Oh, sea dragon. Okay, this is an ichthyosaur,
Uh-huh.
Howard. We know what this is, and it's not a dragon.
It could
More
have
like
been a dragon,
dolphin,
though.
buddy.
Yeah, it's a lizard dolphin.
Hmm.
I'm
So we
surprised he doesn't have the Welsh flag up there, because the Welsh flag is the strongest proof that dragons are real, yo.
No, it's the thing, the diagram in the corner. Don't you know? That's some solid evidence right there.
Mhm.
I mean, have you seen the flag for the is it the Isle of Man?
I probably have, but I can't think of it offhand. Let me see.
What does this mean?
Oh, that's just the
Wow.
standard Celtic triskelion, except with legs, because they're in a hurry and they really like pinwheels.
That's
or
some
something.
Monty Python stuff.
But why
No,
though?
It actually has a deeper meaning than that.
Well, I'm sure it does,
I
but
believe.
why?
There's spurs on those boots. Hmm.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's just
Oh.
weird. And then Sicily has something similar. I don't get it.
It's probably Roman in sort of derivation, right? It's Roman origins.
It could be. It could be.
It's
have no
Celtic with a
idea.
little bit of Breton. That's where that basically comes from.
What?
Basics is Sicilian. Have you seen the Silver Drachma?
Mm,
I can't say that I have.
It's got 3 legs of Apollo.
Oh, okay. So it's Greek in derivation then.
No, Sicilian.
It gets so much more interesting.
It's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down to on this stream because we'll be here for an
Oh,
hour or two talking about what meanings on flags and the background of
yeah.
Wow. So, okay, TLDR. Until 1265, the Isle of Man was part of the Kingdom of the Isles, which was ruled by the Crovan dynasty. The last member of the family died in 1265 without a legitimate heir. When Isles passed into the possession of Alexander III, King of Scotland, and in 1266, sovereignty of the Isle and a few other territories was transferred to the King of Norway, and the heraldic era had started in 1215, slightly earlier in Western Europe. Members of the dynasty are also have known board ships and lines. Oh, that isn't important.
I
The
did say
regime
this in the rabbit
change-
hole.
Yeah, the regime change in 1265 connected the Isle to the Scottish kings, who were already connected to Sicily for some reason. I guess the Crovans had relatives there, and then in 1250, the Holy Roman Emperor, who had ruled Sicily at the time,
Oh dear.
it
The hole
gets
is starting to
nuts.
become more rabbity.
The European aristocracy is just like a mangrove forest. It's ridiculous.
I think it's more like a holiday wreath, but
Yeah, I did warn you that was a rabbit hole if you start going down it.
It just goes on
maybe
and
we
on
should
and on.
investigate this other hole.
See
Giggity.
that a lot of the discoveries are only partial. The majority of them are partial. Most are
Okay, partial, yes, but we can tell a lot just from a little bit of a skeleton.
If we have a front left leg but no front right leg, I think we can figure out what they look like.
Yeah, that's what this mirrored postcranial completeness is.
I mean, you're
Yeah.
assuming bilateral symmetry, which we know from the Cambrian era isn't always the case.
But we're not talking about Cambrian era life forms,
Yeah.
are we?
Yeah, we all know Dreadnoughtus rolled around on 3 legs like the Isle of Man flag.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That makes perfect sense.
of them are headless, so it's quite easy to get a bit imaginative and
Oh,
add a
boy.
lot of things that we don't really know and make a lot of assumptions when the discoveries are partial.
Says
And
the
we
guy
also-
making a lot of assumptions.
Also, just randomly throwing in Haeckel's drawings?
I don't know. He's definitely anti-evolution as well. I do know that.
Oh, yeah.
So I have lots of historical evidence that there's been forgeries.
That was disproven. This thing about
yes.
Archaeopteryx? Disproven.
That is the Archaeosaurus, I believe it is. Was
Or-
the
Oh, is this
forgery.
Archaeoraptor?
Archaeoraptor, yes. That was
Okay,
the forgery, right?
I thought it was
because-
the Archaeopteryx that Hovind likes to point to.
I think this one
No,
is
no.
the one that had the Microraptor tail stuck
See,
on the.
'cause- Yes, because I see the he said Ye's dinosaur. It's XI. It was in China,
Oh.
and
Yeah,
I'm pretty familiar with it. So yeah, that was the hoax basically, or it was people just trying to make money essentially. You know.
It wasn't a hoax.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
it was is they took 2 real fossils, the front end of a bird and the back end of a Microraptor, and stuck them together, calling it a new dinosaur.
Mhm.
Well, it's the resulting. It was a hoax when it was sold, but it was 2 real fossils.
Yeah, but the tail in the Microraptor was very, very important and should have actually been sold as it was.
Yeah, might have been even more valuable. Oh, also, Mark, looks like you have a super chat.
Oh, what? Where? Whoa. I'm sorry. I was
It's
paying
too early
attention.
for Mark.
It's so early. Thank you, Ian Chen, for $7.99 dollary dues. I once saw a real dragon, but it flew off into the night. Oh, what a nightmare! Oh, Ian, Ian, I love you so much, but you're killing me. I do.
Oh, come on. That
Come on,
was
that's
that-
pretty good. That's
yeah,
pretty funny.
yeah. I enjoy.
Thank you so much, Ian. Yeah, have to talk to Ian again.
Micro
To
Raptor, not
promote
Rapture.
these.
I think the freak's making a joke.
Ah, sorry.
Also, apparently Bree is stuck in line at the pharmacy. No, it's fine.
Oh,
Me and my girlfriend actually just went to the pharmacy just before the stream. We came back and got froyo, so I'm kind of eating some froyo while this is going on.
Can dinosaurs digest froyos?
Well, I'm not dead yet, so. hey, ain't you ever heard of lactate?
Oh, I see.
Narratives, maybe for money, most oftenly. I know that the Bone Wars was how they originally started finding dinosaurs, and I think it was the 1850s or the.
Oh,
The
okay.
Bone Wars sounds like a cool movie.
Oh, I wish it was in the process of being made into a movie, but then I think the main actor died and they shelved it, which is sad.
Yeah, and it's not as exciting as the name gives you the idea. It was two paleontologists just rushing to find the most amount of species they could.
Oh, they were pulling a David Starr Jordan with big bones.
I would call it a dick measuring contest if they kept trying to stab each other's with a pen.
I don't
That
know.
would-
I'm just thinking of like Around the World in 80 Days kind of thing, where there's the two teams of scientists. That would be fun.
Yeah. Also, I know the documentary this is from, and it is not a good documentary.
Is that Walking with Dinosaurs, that old one?
Oh,
What
it is
the-
absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
They
Something about the
originally
evolution of
started finding
T-Rex, and they show it with these wing feathers. T-Rex did not have wing feathers.
No.
No
They-
Tyrannosauroid had wing
Can
feathers.
you imagine a T-Rex with doing a little flappy flap as it charges at you?
It's not even in the right lineage to have them.
A very angry chicken.
I'm sorry. Now I've just got that little Nicky part from the start.
But what?
With the Popeyes?
No, the big horny bird.
Oh, okay. An Adam
Therizinosaur?
Sandler movie. Yeah.
Little Nicky.
Oh,
Anyway, yeah, this was not a good
dinosaurs
documentary.
in I think it was the 1850s or the 1860s, just 20 years after the name was discovered or designed. See, there's a lot of argument
I'm sorry, Howard.
was
What?
discovered or designed.
What? What?
Behold, a piranha.
I've lost the point.
Welcome to listening to Howard.
Is this like supposed to be a crocoduck kind of thing or what?
Oh my goodness.
It's a T-Rex.
I don't know. This seems pretty fishy. I think
This
it's a red
is your
herring.
brain on Howard. This is your brain on bud fossils.
it's certainly not a red. It's
See,
a
there's
herring.
a lot of arguments about
Blue
if they
herring.
evolved into birds.
Found in a similar, many of these types of fossils are found in a similar position. Yes, because that's what a lot of birds do when they die. Their neck arches back. We know this.
Mm-hmm. We covered that in a previous Creation Science Theater.
Yep.
It's a thing that birds and several other lizard type things do.
I finally got to ask Hovind one of my questions, and I don't think he liked trying to answer it.
Oh?
Do you know about Lake Nilos? Or the Lake of Death?
The one where everything that dips in dies of being covered in
Oh,
salt.
yeah. You showed us the
Dries
pictures a week or two ago.
Yeah. I asked him...
Yeah.
Because that's how fossils can form. They could actually be preserved like that and then fall in the mud. So I asked him about that. If you say that fossils aren't being formed, what about these? Because if they fall into a mud, no one's going to touch them, no one's going to disturb them, and they'll be perfectly pristine. It was sort of I've never seen him stump before.
Oh, hey, best of luck to you, Big Mad Mama. That sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we bring you some tiny amount of comfort in the trying times. Unfortunately, I
Oh,
do not
wow.
have an egg to offer.
Yeah, we had bad thunderstorms last night. I was worried about losing power for the Sunday night show, but yeah, they were intensifying as they moved mountainward. I should specify for those who don't know, I'm on the shore of Lake Ontario, like in that saddle part of New York State. So I'm like due west of Vermont by a few hundred miles.
Ah, okay.
Embers in the saddle.
Giggity.
Now I think I know why he likes riding so much.
So fish, and a lot of the discoveries seem to be in similar positions.
It's a scrotum humanum. Sort of the first described dinosaur. Okay, so this is the end of a dinosaur femur. It was discovered in the 17 or 1800s.
Yeah, that's what I was
like
thinking.
a human scrotum. So someone formally described it as scrotum humanum.
Oh
So
my.
technically, the first named dinosaur was named human balls.
Because we all know scrotums fossilize super easy.
Well-
Africa's just full of trillions of scrotums.
They actually thought it was a war elephant scrotum, but yeah.
I could have sworn it was scrotum humanum was what he named it.
Yeah, it's what it says in about halfway down the caption thing.
But it was just the size of it that's what thought they were.
But yeah, it has been lost and it was misidentified anyway, so the name doesn't stick. But this was technically the first named dinosaur.
Oh, come on, you're talking about something that might stick in the throat, but we won't go there.
The very first known discovery was from Robert Plott, and he actually thought that he was finding petrified body parts. But because of people like Richard Owen that made the name dinosaurs, and the
I'm sorry. It just keeps talking and random crap on
first
screen.
fossils were known to be reburied before they were discovered again.
Oh, were they?
It does seem
Also, this. Oh yeah.
If we found a fossil like that, that would be amazing.
Well, Sue the T-Rex has broken tail vertebrae that might have been from her mate stepping on her tail.
Really?
This is really bad
Yeah.
clip art. I am just, I can't get over
Yeah.
how bad the clip art is.
But also, like, something common in the reptile clade. I don't know if you want to mute me or anything, Mark, but big, controllable penises. A lot of reptiles have them to get around this. Tortoises are infamous for it.
I was kind of wondering
Why
about
would I
that.
mute
I was
you?
like,
I don't understand. What, for bad
I don't know.
pluralization? It should be peni or something? What are you talking about? It's a proper
Something like that.
scientific term.
Anyway,
But
yeah,
yeah,
like,
and plus,
it's not hard.
yeah.
You were saying something, Ember?
yeah, like I've seen Creaty Boys make this argument about dinosaur tails getting in the way before, but they've never like backed it up. They just show the picture and be like, ooh, but there's lizards today with big fucking tails and they don't seem to have a problem. So
Correct,
what's the
yeah.
I
problem?
mean, also, like,
I've seen
their penis is in their tail. It's not down
I've
here, it's
seen-
in the tail.
I've seen somebody use, like, those plastic dinosaurs you get from the store, or like McDonald's in your Happy Meal kind of thing, to demonstrate how they couldn't breed. So that's not true. Someone
Oh,
did
I
provide
see.
evidence with plastic toys, and they couldn't fit them together. It might have actually been Howard, or then again, it might have been,
Well,
Hovind.
I
Who
mean-
knows? With these,
I mean, when you can't get plastic toys to fit, sometimes you just need to use a bit more lube. But I'm not surprised Christians don't know that.
And I would not suggest plastic. Go for latex. It's just a lot more comfortable.
True.
Unless you have a latex allergy.
Yeah, good point.
Also true.
But if you actually
I
want to
don't
know,
think dinosaurs have latex allergies. I think they're fine.
yeah, the actual Scrotohumalius was actually a Megalosaurus's hip joint.
That I believe it was the end of the femur, and we think that's what it was, but we can't say for sure because it disappeared.
It does
No, the original
resemble
disappeared, but
the end of our
replica still
femurs.
exists. Yeah, the
Oh, okay.
replica exists, so we know what it is. It was the hip joint of a Megalosaurus.
I didn't know there was a replica.
Seem like there could be some kind of cover up for maybe dragons.
Extendable.
They're gonna get
Dick.
spiked.
So I just
Also-
did the teensiest bit of research before the next part, and I noticed that some lizards can be asexual. So maybe the Stegosaurus
Well-
is asexual.
There is that too, but
Maybe.
if you're gonna have a problem with a lot of dinosaurs like these mating, how about like modern birds like emus or ostriches or
We
cassowaries?
don't talk about emus.
You should
I
have a
own
real
a
problem with
hedgehog.
just looking at them. How do they do it?
Can
Like,
we
they don't
also
look like they
avoid
should be able to make
ducks? Yeah, can we also avoid ducks?
Ducks are problematic creatures.
They're terrifying if you start going into their reproductive history. It's
Yep,
no.
A little bit.
Yes. There's like even hedgehogs. I own rescue hedgehogs, and when hedgehogs mate, people are like, "How do hedgehogs do it?" I'm like, they make it work, like all species who have evolved to do. They make it work,
Yep. If they couldn't make it work, they wouldn't be alive.
right?
Maybe we need to get Hovind in here because we can ask for his speciality.
No.
How dare you?
What? His speciality is the 15-foot penis from the whales.
I want to make a joke about him being obsessed with sex because of his new series, but it's almost not worth it because
I don't
Hovind.
want to think about that. No.
And giants like the Bible talks about, because when you look at the reproduction system, it doesn't quite make sense for the way that they were designed. And the only dinosaurs we've ever seen have been on a television
Except for the bones. Except for the
Do you have a
full
time machine,
skeletons.
Howard?
The only snow I've ever seen is on a television screen. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Howard.
You know, there are people in the southern U.S. who have actually said to me, we know snow is just a lie you northerners tell to get extra money from the government to fund plows and things.
Are you
Are
serious?
you serious?
Okay, that's crazy.
There's nothing people in the U.S. will not believe if given. Well, actually, that's one of the other set of the rules of logic, that people will believe any lie if given sufficient motivation. Usually, they either want it to be true or afraid that it's true. And in the case of the northern states bilking tax money, they could have motivation for both.
I've just never heard of the snow conspiracy before. That's a new one. That's a new one.
I just feel dumber from
What
hearing
do
it.
they have to say to like Georgia having like an inch of snow falling and Atlanta completely shutting down?
I know. I'm like, it snows in freaking eastern Tennessee regularly. What's the deal? Whatever. Doesn't snow in Arizona. It does, though. Flagstaff.
Yet we do have many historians throughout the recorded history, we've got people like Marco Polo, and going back even thousands of years.
None of those were historians.
Stories like Beowulf and local town and city stories. So from Roman
Pliny
Empire,
the Elder was a historian, wasn't he?
Who?
Didn't he just show Pliny the Elder? Wasn't he a historian?
Possibly. The part he was scrolling through at the time, though, was Marco Polo, Alexander the Great,
town and
so
city.
forth.
Oh, at least a Pliny.
Yeah, one of the
Pliny the
Plinies
Elder.
was very much a historian. So that one I'll give him.
Well, I don't mind the idea of Beowulf because Angelina Jolie played the dragon in that.
I didn't see the movie version. Did they make Grendel a dragon?
No, Grendel was the first one, but the son of Beowulf and what was her name again? Grendel was always a hideous monstrosity. It was the son of Beowulf and Grendel's mother that was the dragon, because she herself is a dragon.
Beowulf slept with Grendel's mom? No wonder
Yeah.
Grendel was so pissed.
No, Grendel was dead when he met the mother.
Oh,
Hey, I killed your son. Let's hook up.
Beowulf's an interesting story.
Okay, you probably don't remember the story. The gist is, Grendel was the son of Grendel's mother and the king of the land at that time, because Grendel's mother gave the king power. Then, so Beowulf came in to get his glory. He killed Grendel. Then he met the mother, and the mother offered him power. So he said he took that deal and slept with her, and that's where the dragon comes in which destroyed his rule 20 years later.
Huh.
I'll play. What a Chad.
Oh, boy.
Stories. So from Roman Empire to before even the Jesus Christ timeline, we're going back to, I think it's 3000 BC was the first recorded dragon account. So as we can see, there's Epic of Gilgamesh, Beowulf, even to a few.
A Beowulf.
Beowulf.
It's Beo, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, according to the new Indiana Jones movie, there were dragons during the siege of Syracuse, and both the Romans and the Greeks recognized the dragons as dragons, so they were clearly in mythology for thousands of years before that point. So, how can you argue with that?
Well, according to Transformers,
seen-
King Arthur
I haven't
got a
seen
dragon as well.
Few hundred years ago, from Italian, Greek, even English historians, always talking about dragons. Never.
Okay, that's what the words they used were translated into English as. What did they mean in their native language?
If you look at their descriptions, long, serpentine, scaly, with forked tongue. And now, what sort of
You
thing
mean like a
around the Middle
monitor lizard?
East? No, you can't say that. Wait, Komodo dragon. Never mind.
How about a Nile monitor? I think I have heard it argued that this was actually what King George killed.
It is, because if you actually look at all the earlier motifs, it's forked tongue. It looks like a monitor lizard, and these suckers are
It
huge.
does, yeah.
Yeah, especially when George was probably like 5 foot or so.
It was either that or maybe just a Nile crocodile. Like a huge Nile crocodile.
It wouldn't have been a huge Nile crocodile. It would have been on the smaller end.
Still, yeah.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of things it could be, but it was not a fire-breathing dragon. But he's not, or Howard's not going to tell you that. We call it a dragon today, so it had to be a dragon.
We're talking about dinosaurs. As I said, it was only, I think, Sir Richard Owen, who was part of a society, I think it was the Royal Society, that he came up with the name, and since then they started finding the bones that could
Now,
support the
can you explain why he came up with the name and how? Or would that ruin your story?
Yeah. Also, we've been finding dinosaur bones throughout all of human history. We just had no freaking idea what they were.
The
Same for a
first one
lot of
that was-
extinct animals like mammoths and mastodons.
Yeah, the first one that really got the idea of a dinosaur actually existing was actually a mosasaur skull found in Germany.
Oh, yeah.
That it was like nothing they'd ever seen before. It was okay. We've seen bones, we've seen bits and pieces that we could sort of recognize. What the hell is this?
Yeah.
Let me see if I
you
can
come
find the
across
picture, because it's
a
actually a
fossilized
badass
femur,
picture.
and it's clearly a femur. You're like, okay, there was a freakishly huge animal at one point. No big deal. And you find like a mammoth skull, for instance. You're gonna be like, holy shit, it's a cyclops, you know?
No,
Yeah.
it's a big elephant or a weird looking elephant. That's
Well-
what they would have come up with. They have analogies for what they have nowadays, but if you find the skull of a mosasaur, you have no analogy of it. There's just nothing like it.
Well, I think there is an argument for the ancient Greeks, like seeing a mammoth skull and not being able to relate it to anything else.
Yeah,
I
it's
think that is
kind
the
of what I was getting at.
accepted
Is
consensus.
a lot of people think that's where the myths of cyclopses came from, because even if you know about elephants, unless you've seen their skull denuded of flesh and that big old opening for the trunk sinus connection area, you're not going to think of that big freaking opening being where the trunk goes. You're going to see the opening and go, oh, that's one giant eyeball, you know?
Mm.
Mhm. So come on, I know.
Sorry, I'm a little quiet. I'm just doing the thumbnail and actually enjoying
Yeah,
myself immensely.
You're fine. Like I know I've seen art of it before, but art of the Mosasaurus skull, like in a quarry with workmen like surrounding it. Like, what the hell is this? Because like, what is this? What is this monster?
Makes me think of a giant angry bird. Like really, really angry. So it's got angry teeth.
Well, there's a link to what the skull actually looked like, because that's the actual replica of it.
Yeah, it was pretty it was a little disarticulated.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot disarticulated, actually. Wow.
Here's
All right.
here's a more clear illustration of it.
Oh,
That awkward
Yeah.
moment when the illustrations are more clear than the photos.
I don't think that's unusual. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, illustrations are usually meant to show everything better.
Because you have more control over the shading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with these people he's quoting, is he the kind of creationist that is like anyone else who isn't like he's like the Bible is king truth and like anything else is balderdash? Like what kind of creationist is he?
I believe so. Yes. You get a lot of overlap between flat earthers and young Earth creationists. That they hinge their sort of evidences on the biblical account,
So
and
the-
I don't think Howard's any different. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
but-
think overlap's a bit of an understatement, Mark. It's a smaller circle within a larger circle.
Mhm. The reason I
Well-
asked is because sorry, go ahead.
No, you go, Jessica. Go.
The reason I ask is because it's interesting that he's quoting these people that like their own mythos, and normally they're like, no, like our truth is king, but he's like, however, when considering dragons, I'm going to refer to other people. So it's interesting that he's willing to step outside of his truth when it comes to dragons.
But only when it confirms his preconceptions.
Right, exactly. I'm like, that's very interesting. That normally you're like, no, these people are wrong. They speak sin, but he's like, nope, this time it's fine.
Well, it depends on the flavor you get them, basically. So a lot of them will do this, and young Earth creationists, or yerfers as we call them, will do the same. They'll basically go to scientific articles and things like that to sort of support their central argument. But a lot of the time when they're in their environment with people that support them, they will only refer to, let's start with the Bible kind of thing. They'll start there. When they go and do debates and are actually outside that circle, they will go, oh, let's look at the scientific evidence, where it's like, well, really, is that really what you're, you start with? Because it doesn't seem like it most of the time.
Right.
So I think it's because he is outside of his usual circle. He's starting, he's sort of trying to appeal on your level, and you see a lot of them do this.
That makes sense.
Narrative. Yet, strange enough, there's no depictions, there's no historical accounts from anybody in history before Richard Owen came up with the name dinosaurs. They were always considered to have been dragons, giants, and other beasts of large proportions. You see, there's lots of depictions of snakes, reptiles.
That is an interesting thumbnail, Mark.
And does he realize
that
what
is
that
an
was?
interesting thumbnail?
Look, I just whipped it up.
That was fast work. Very impressive.
And
My skills
does he
come
not realize what that hieroglyphs was actually representing?
Oh, of course he doesn't.
Oh,
He just wants to
light
pop it
bulbs?
up on the screen.
Yeah, that's a reference to the Baghdad battery.
Yeah, but it's really an illustration of the Egyptian creation myth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the lotus and
Yeah.
the serpent and shit.
Yeah, but he's going with the Baghdad, or not the Baghdad battery. This is, I forget what it's called, but Dendera-lite.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Milo from Mini Minuteman did a wonderful video on it. Also, we have a Bree who seems to be
getting
lighting
stoned.
something up.
It's a bee.
Okay.
Did you think I was going to come in here and listen to Howard without lighting something up first? Are you kidding
Oh,
me?
no,
look,
I don't blame
if
you.
I've got to do it, you've got to do it.
I'm here, yeah. Mark, you look cozy as F. Yeah. Why are you so
This
cozy?
is my hoodie. If you're not familiar with a hoodie, they're basically like a hoodie but made of wool, and they are so like gloriously comfortable. It's just insane.
I have
So-
two. Yeah, I'm familiar. They are.
Oh
so-
yeah. I love it, and they give the
It's
best
like-
hugs when you're in them. Like seriously, it's just a
It's
hug
peak
aid.
cold season down there, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's very early in the morning for me, so I got up at like 6 for this one, which was
Man,
Yeah.
I'll trade you the weather. I hate it when
have
it gets hot up
regrets.
here.
I don't think I've met Jess before. Have we met?
No, we haven't. This is my
Hi,
first
I'm
time on
Bree.
a live. Hello.
Mine too. Good to meet you. I'm Bree.
Hello.
All right.
Oh, by the
Please
way,
go,
Bree,
Alan.
if you want to simulcast this to your channel, feel free. Just a thing we're trying out, seeing how it works.
Yeah.
how'd you
So
turn
where-
that on, by the way? Just
what
I'll
all
ask you
channels
after.
are we on?
It's just in settings.
Oh,
It's
okay.
in the guests section.
Yeah, there's a little toggle switch. Guests can simulcast or some phrasing like that.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I feel like we're part of a big community, like with all the chat showing up from sort of everybody's stream.
Exactly.
It's fantastic.
We are the evolutionists.
So,
So,
I missed
are
the,
they
the conversation. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh.
Well, I just wanted to ask: did the people in my chat see what happens in like Ember's chat? See?
Unfortunately,
I don't
no.
think so.
Unless
that's a shame.
if a chat gets highlighted, then everybody will see it on the screen.
Well, on the screen, sure.
But the
yeah,
chats don't actually
Yeah.
talk to each other directly, which is
Yeah.
the one downfall of this. But it's still fun.
And like I said earlier, this way, like, all of us get a little bit of something out of it. Like, we get more people watching the stream, and you guys
Yeah.
get to be compensated a little bit for being on my
Can-
show.
Can I just because you all were talking about the possibility of St. George, what it was that I just wanted to offer the African rock python just as an option as well. Probably more likely than the crocodile, but less likely than the monitor lizard.
Maybe. I mean,
Because it's described as a serpent, I believe. Or at least it's translated as serpent in some.
I mean, but I feel like the thing is, any living animal explanation is more likely than a actual dragon, and much less a dinosaur.
But you can't prove it's not a dinosaur. Well,
It's
actually, we can't.
Well, there's certain characteristics we look for if it was a dinosaur, though, right? They would
Yeah,
describe
like it
something
wouldn't have a
much more.
forked tongue.
They'd be looking for something much more. They would be described as more bird-like. They would have described it as a giant bird, probably. A theropod.
And Bree, the description's always described long serpentine with legs.
Yeah, which would go along with more like I want to say that they may have been talking about cetacins or the basis with cetacins, but it's
Cetacins?
Cetacins, whales.
No, but the
Cetaceans.
yeah,
Beamsy's talking about like St. George's dragon.
yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that wasn't I say
Cetacean.
cetacins. You say cetaceans.
Cetacean. It's cetacean.
And
Cetacin.
that's why it would have either been a crocodile or a Nile monitor, because both of them are long serpentine, 4 legs covered in scales. But the forked tongue is what gives it away as a Nile monitor.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
But you say Cassalian. Are you sure it's cetacean, not cetacin?
Yes.
It is
cetacean.
That's so weird. Yeah.
Don't worry, I do that all the time, Brie. I like mispronounce words and then find out later.
You keep calling me a dinosuchus.
Dinosuchus?
Yeah.
Suchus?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's like
a dinosuchus is a 40-foot long alligator.
Okay. Look, I'm not going to apologize. I just
he's a Deinonychus, not a Dinocurus.
Seriously, I loved this word and I kept pronouncing it petrichor, and then I found out it was petrichor, and like I told people how it was my favorite. I'd been pronouncing my favorite word wrong for years, and it's like, wow, that's
okay. Here's one for you. I was an avid reader. Well, I'm still an avid reader, but I was an avid reader when I was little. And there's a word in books, and then there's another word that people say epitome, and I deduced from context it has the same meaning as this word in books, but the word in the book I always mentally had as epitome. So when I said epitome, people laughed at me.
Yep. Hey, I did that one as well, epitome.
Another dinosaur one was Diplodocus. I used to say Diplodocus instead of Diplodocus.
Well, British people say Diplodocus.
Still say Diplodocus.
You still say
Diplodocus. On your accent, honestly.
Yeah.
Americans say Diplodocus. British say Diplodocus.
You know what? I think mispronouncing words like it sometimes is that people read a lot, kind of thing. Like because there's no pronunciation guide in books. Like, well, not sort of just random novels and non-fiction.
Except Tolkien.
So it was a completely separate word. It was
the but he was special.
The other group of amphibians besides frogs and salamanders, the caecilians, they're like wormy. They don't have legs. That's why I thought it was cetacin, because it's spelled exactly like the same as that at the end, I guess. I'm weird.
That's why we love you, Bree.
We are an hour in and like 5 minutes into his intro, and this is supposed to be the short part of the night.
We need to get back to the skeletal remains.
Alrighty.
Lizards being from a higher dimension, like energy in Cambodia and places I've visited.
And we've started getting into the Howard portion.
Oh no, this is going downhill.
Oh, Howard.
That's a pretty cool shot, though.
Dimension. I'm ready.
It is a pretty cool shot, of the Tesseract. That's cool.
But what is a fourth dimensional representation of a geometric shape got to do with dragons?
They
because
disappeared
Howard,
into the fourth dimension or something.
and they came from the fourth dimension.
To which they returned, leaving only their
You told
bones
me that
behind.
That's how they understand the snakes in all of their depictions. So, what would a higher dimensional being look like? Well, we can only have mirrors and cartoons help us understand what a fourth dimensional cube, a tesseract, would look like. So, what would a higher dimensional being look like? To us, we would only see the 3D version, just like a 2D would only see a slice of a finger if we were to poke our finger into a 2D world. So it's understandable that there'd be misconceptions, and that a lot of these depictions that are in stone and also scripture.
Okay, but
Wait,
you
is
see,
he-
the text right above that pictograph tells you what is going on, Howard.
Yeah, but I want to know, does he think that dinosaurs are like the 3-dimensional projection of a 4-dimensional finger? Like it's just like rawr, rawr, kind of thing.
What would the
Appears to
whole
be,
dino
yes.
look like? Holy crap.
It's a 4th dimensional.
What does this
dinosaur.
hieroglyphic here have to do with dinosaurs, though? I don't see any
Ooh.
dinosaurs in this image. Do you?
They think
What,
they're light bulbs.
what if all dinosaurs were just finger puppets of a great, big, 4th-dimensional dinosaur? Like, flittering around and yeah.
So
What
here's the
if
thing.
we're all fourth dimensional finger puppets of a dinosaur?
I thought you
mean,
were
they-
4th dimensional, Bumblebee.
Yeah. So is
I always
Dr.
figured we
Dino
were video
clear?
game characters.
And can I just clarify, it's the 4th spatial dimension too? 'Cause,
Yes,
like,
yes.
You know,
I know, it always bugs me a little bit too, because I'm like, we already have a 4th dimension, but details.
yeah. 4th spatial dimension, sure. Well, I've seen this before, and the reason why I know it's kind of related to von Daniken's Chariot of the Gods, where they basically say, hey, these were obviously light bulbs kind of thing. And it's like, because they've got the filament and they've got the wire traveling.
Lindsay has an illustration of what's going on here.
I mean, I made the joke, but I didn't think he was serious.
Those are
Arr.
fantastic. Except for the 4 feet of the ceratopsian. What's up with that?
Oh, jeez, yeah. It's a weird ass Protoceratops, or the Psittacosaurus.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
No, that was a good one. Just
Good
like,
timing,
Trying
too.
to explain
Howard.
something to us in a simple way for us to understand. The Bible talks about Leviathan being a crooked serpent, a dragon that's in the sea, and he also
Is this
does
heavy metal
mention
lyrics?
that,
Oh my goodness.
I just cut my hair, so I can't headbang properly.
The devil in the sea.
Leviathan was a crocodile. Just
And Jeremiah was a
A
bullfrog.
cetacean. Leviathan.
no. Leviathan was a crocodile, not a cetacean.
But
Wait, where's the asterisk go?
it snooted
Oh.
out it snooted out the water, and they thought it was breathing fire.
The word dinosauria, like he hasn't asterisk properly. He's
Mhm.
done a double. Yeah. Anyway, maybe
You want to
term
read
was
this out loud
inspired-
to us, Mark? I'd really like to hear this in your
Isaiah
accent.
27:1. In the day the Lord with his sword, great and strong sword, shall punish Leviathan, the piercing serpent, even Leviathan, that crooked serpent, and he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea. Job 41, 14 to 24 plus 34. What the hell? All right, well, why not?
Do you add in verses like that?
hey,
The thing is,
by the way,
Dinosauria-
for you
Hang on, that's
Aussies,
14.
Damn it, I'm in
14
Bible
minus-
study
hold
again.
up, yep.
I think I can solve this. That is a dino rat. is what that
Yeah, I
is.
was gonna say that
We
looks
hold a
like a
bunyip.
croco-rat.
That's the Ambulocetus
Onion.
who made the deal with the devil to be the lords of the sea in exchange for their souls.
Hang on, I think I can work this out. It's 14 minus 24, which is negative 10, plus 34. So that's 24 is the answer to that.
There's the Bible code. Hold on, I'm gonna.
It is.
smoke
It
out
is.
my
It's
nostrils.
numerology at its best. Who can open the doors of his face? His teeth are terrible roundabout. His scales are his pride, shut up together as with a closed seal. Or. One is so near to another that no air can come between them. They are joined to one another. They stick together that they cannot be sundered. By his nacings. What the hell is a nacing? What the? Anybody know what this
no
word is?
frickin' idea.
It's a sneeze or a snort. What the fuck?
Okay.
By his
Oh.
sneezings a light. By his sneeze a light doth shine. No, that can't be right.
He's snorting fire.
This
That's what
is
I was
like-
saying. That's why I think it's a whale, because it's snorting the water out of its nostrils when it surfaces, and I think that they're breathing fire.
Yeah. And
I
his
think it's-
eyes are like the eyelids of the morning. Out of his mouth go burning lamps, and spark of fire leap out. Out of his nostrils goeth smoke, as out of a seething pot or cauldron. His breath kindleth coals, and a flame goeth out of his mouth. Who was high when they wrote this?
There's a lot of coals in the sea, you know.
This is about Snoop Dogg, right?
Yeah, right,
no,
right.
they're describing
absolutely.
a crocodile for some weird reason.
Oh, okay. In his neck remaineth strength, and sorrow is turned into joy before him. The flakes of his flesh are joined together. They are firm in themselves. They are turbid. They cannot be removed. His heart is as firm as a stone. Yea, as hard as a piece of the nether millstone. He beholdeth all high things. He is king over all the children of pride. Oh, well, at least they've got pride. Well done.
Also,
Bible,
the word
impressive.
dinosauria is rooted
Awesome.
in Greek and frequently quoted as meaning terrible lizard. Maybe it was inspired by the Bible. I
My
mean,
dude. He just made an argument against his own point anyway.
it's just Richard Owen was a devout Christian.
Very
As
devout.
Gee, I
Well,
wonder if he
Owen-
could have been inspired by the Bible.
Richard Owen did some awful things in the name of creationism. I'm going to say that right now.
Oh, yeah.
And
There's
Richard
some shady-
Owen, yes, he was very, very dishonest, had a big beef with Darwin, and did some very, very claimed other people's discoveries for himself. He also is the reason why you can visit museums, because he, in his sort of typical Richard Owen-y way, put forward to charge people for going into museums, because before that, only people with in academia could visit museums. And he had the idea to charge the public.
He was the first one to rebuild to reconstruct an extinct. It was a moa. So the dinosaur. He reconstructed that. He was the first person to do that
right.
and put it on display. So he did do some great good stuff too. But you know, it's like Mussolini got the trains to run on time. But
right.
And they always go to the literal translation for dinosaur, which does translate to terrible lizard, but it means most fearful lizard. That's what it was referring to.
Fearfully great is how I've heard it translated.
Most fearful lizard or fearfully great.
terrible, like Ivan the Terrible.
Gratefully fearful.
Or
It's
I've heard you can also like translate it as like awesome reptile. Like it inspires awe through fear.
I think Ivan the
Oh.
Terrible explains that in the movie Night at the Museum. It's a mistranslation.
And he also does mention that fire might come out of the mouth. And it also mentions in scripture that Satan or Saturn
What is this?
eats
What is this?
That's when the Fire Nation attacked.
eating
Yeah.
young to
Yes,
stop
after
itself from
Oh, here are the four
Death.
nations.
So we see
they're
this
there.
kind of imagery in lots of multinational logos that are all connected to the United Nations, which is quite worrying because if there is
word
hidden
in.
Illuminati
Okay.
confirmed.
So what is the art here? Because isn't this Saturn eating his son?
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Kronos.
I thought it was Saturn.
A little of each.
Oh, did they both do it?
Yeah. The myths kind of
Greek and Roman.
cover over.
So,
It's believed that Jupiter's mom knew what to tell Jupiter to overthrow Saturn, because Saturn had to do the same thing to Uranus.
That's
Why?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, you are incorrigible.
That was full circle. I mean, thank you.
All right, been a good stream. Night, everybody.
Tip your waitresses.
Yeah, this is you leave on the high note.
Symbology in
going
all
on
of
here,
these
though.
big corporations that are supposed to be representing us. If they have corporate,
I'm
Here it
sorry.
goes.
What the
Dinosaurs are the devil which are controlling the world. I don't
just-
even know. Howard
starts going more Howard.
What do we
Oh,
got here?
Maximum
Sega,
over Howard.
Sega
I warned
Saturn.
Johnny. I warned him.
Uber Howard.
Yeah, the baby eater is everywhere. You look at all the Saturn symbols.
Saturn symbol. Wi-Fi is a Saturn symbol. I don't.
Obviously, Universal Studios.
So let me
Look
get
at the
this straight.
freaking light. Bud
No.
Light.
The best one is Burger King, which obviously is not a burger, right? It's not a burger.
Are you
Even
sure?
though,
Or
like,
is it Whirlpool? Is it the fucking hot tub company?
don't they do washing
That's what they
machines
do,
and
right?
Yeah, I think it's washing
no.
machines.
stuff?
The
And-
evil, the
and
evil
Capital One
sinful
with the
washing
fucking
machines.
swoosh. And Nike with the swoosh.
Boeing swooshes, Capital One swooshes.
Wait, Target? Are you serious? That's not just a bullseye. It's Saturn in actuality. Are you serious?
It's a very, very and the Universal logo, which is literally the planet Earth.
And I will tell you right now that literally the Target logo is the only one on here besides that one's literally Saturn that actually looks like Saturn. The Target logo matches better than any other.
But look at the one on the right, second row down. It's the Wi-Fi connection symbol. Like, it's not even like, what are you talking about, Howard? It
Wait a
represents
second.
like
The Sega Saturn, that old ass game console.
Sega's last try, yeah.
looks like Satanism went bankrupt.
Yep. Now we're all set. Hey, you know what all of us secularists say around the end of year holidays? Happy Saturnalia. So
I don't think I've ever said that once, but I'm going to now just to spite Howard.
Yeah. See you next Saturnalia, Howard. Yeah.
For those who don't know Howard, this is what he does. Every frickin' debate, regardless of the topic, it just goes absolutely batshit insane.
With his
Yep.
whole chest. Says this with his whole chest. Oh my god.
We're just getting started.
corporations and organizations that have hidden agendas, then it might be a concern worth investigating, because it looks like we're not being told the truth about our history. We can
Okay,
see
can I
lots of
tell you
evidence.
something horrifying, and brace yourself for this.
Please
I
do.
looked quickly on Howard's channel when I was doing the thumbnail to get his picture. He does street epistemology, so he goes up to people on the street and tells them this stuff.
Hmm.
that must be fun.
Oh,
Yeah, he does.
I got to watch some of that sometime.
There's
and
just
see
so
how
much
insane it can be.
Incredulity in this second meme here, the one on the right.
Yeah.
There's just you just gotta think that people from the past were like total morons. Like everybody was dumb. There's no way they could do this. It had to be aliens.
Well, of course it was aliens. It's always
No,
aliens.
it wasn't aliens. It was fourth dimensional beings, Bree.
Fourth dimensional.
They had cranes. They had
Dragons.
mechanical aids to build those. Why
And
did
why-
they say it was just horses and sticks? No, it was with steel and tool and a lot of heavy tools.
It took me a second to realize that wasn't crinoids there.
I don't know what the hell these are.
Fun. That's what they are. They are tons of fun.
Evidence
I love
worldwide that
spectrograph.
history, that ancient civilizations were quite advanced. Yet again, the United
World Heritage Sites? Why are you showing World Heritage Sites, Howard?
Because the Great Barrier Reef is a World Heritage Site and a conspiracy.
Howard, why?
United Nations
Howard,
are
why?
making sure that everybody sees otherwise. We don't just see dragons in stone and in history, we also see them on maps. Maps from all over the world.
You know, maps. Maps are never a work of history. Or could be considered a historical document.
Throughout history. So just like historians like to be taken seriously, map makers want to sell their maps. They don't want to lose business for putting something that isn't true. So when we see these depictions, they might be explaining that there are dragons,
Draco?
lizards, serpents in higher dimensions. And like the Bible says in the Lord's Prayer,
Ooh, got some revelations going
on earth as in heaven. Maybe it's saying that what happens in the stars and the heavens above will manifest and happen in our reality at some point in time as well. Because there's lots of talk about the devil being a serpent. There's lots of talk about the devil being a sea dragon. There's lots of talk about all of the fallen angels, what we call planets, having manifested in different parts of the world throughout time.
Oh, Ozzy Gold in your chat, Mark, seems to think I'll be debating on dragons. Not with him. Not with him. This hurts my head enough as an audience member.
You've got to debate Howard at least once, just to get that feeling, that surreal feeling of like what madness. It's an Alice in Wonderland feeling. You're like, this rabbit hole keeps going. I don't.
Yeah.
I only talked to Howard briefly.
Howard tries to warn you. He's like, you're about to be dropped into 4-dimensional space.
No, like,
I can dig it.
No.
4-dimensional.
Look,
see, Dino, that's the problem. That's why the...
Sorry, one or two things would happen. Either I would blow up at him, or he would make my head explode. Those are the only two options that can result from us colliding.
You went on the open mic, didn't you? Did you do the open mic on Donnie's?
Yeah, I argued with Hoven for like 40 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good. So have you talked to Donnie since about getting a debate up and running?
I have actually. Sounds like I might get a debate with Kent, which I could do with a better debate partner, but I have told Donnie that I want it to be like specific on one topic, which I know Kent's probably not going to stick to, but
yes, yeah.
At least if he deviates from it, I can call him out on it for being a dishonest hack.
And do so, yes, definitely do so.
Oh yeah, I did it. I did it literally constantly in the open mic, and it got him pissed off.
Well, that's cool. Well, definitely keep me updated because I definitely want to be in the chat when that happens.
What's the topic going to be? Do you know?
Let me pull the email back up. I think it's either going to be Noah's Flood or evolution in a particular lineage of animal. That's what I'm asking for. I've given Kent 3 options: either the bird lineage, the whale lineage, or the human lineage.
They're kinds. Thank you very much.
Well, so he can choose one of the 3, and I will be happy to debate him on it. Well, happy's not the right word. I'll be excited to shred an old man, which I don't know what that says about me.
That sounds kind of OnlyFans-ish.
It does a little.
Am I the only one that now just pictured Dino picking up Ken Hoven and shredding him like a guitar and using...
Oh, yeah, that could be fun too.
Yes, you are the only one. I did not think of that.
Look, the name of my genus literally translates to terrible claw. Cut me some slack.
Shreds of Hawaiian shirt flying.
To shreds, you say? Yes.
Yeah, but my brain went straight to picking up Ken Hovind just starts shredding and using the toggle handle excessively. It just, why is my brain like that?
That's between
Because you're
you and your
weird.
psychiatrist.
We wouldn't have you any other way, Beamsy.
Which one? I've gone through 7 of them.
Oh, fair.
So shreds, you say? I can't do a professor voice. I'm not old enough. Oh no! Shoot! Where were we?
Uh-oh.
Oh, we broke it.
We've hit the 4th dimension. Watch out.
No, I remember that question from Praise.
I think
Praise the Idiot.
Do you actually believe
we're at,
D
okay, we were at
evolved with
2110.
chickens?
Oh yeah, that. No, not now. No.
They're not even of that lineage. It's just no.
Look, if I get into that, this whole stream's gonna get sidetracked. Just let's let Howard do the
Manifested in
Howard.
different parts of the world throughout time to given people false beliefs and taken worship. We even see in the book of Enoch that there's a lot
there
of
it is.
talk about how they changed their orbits and wanted to go their own way. So when we see similar depictions in South America and the Middle East, it's probably because the people really did see these things, and that the heavens are infinite like pi, where the earth is solid.
He just keeps going.
So there's 6 different directions.
He just keeps
If
going.
I'm keeping you guys up, we can go into detail afterwards. So understanding the heavens would also affect our worldview and our personal insight. So it's worrying that
What the hell?
Oh, let me absorb this for a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Wow. Evidence things were larger.
Okay. But what is Mount Bean Cove Fossil Museum? I feel like this is a fake giant.
It's not fake. The fossil is real, but the interpretation isn't.
Isn't that from an ancient camel or something? If it's the one I'm thinking of.
Oh no. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's from some large mammal, but I can't. Yeah, Young Earth Creationist Museum. Yeah, go figure.
You'll never
Oh,
get
apparently
an
the owner died
analysis
earlier
of
this
it.
year.
Maybe you can get an analysis of it now.
Oh, I know what it's from. It's Howard's mama.
Yeah,
Roasting.
I don't know.
It's a
No, I
6,000
can't
pound
say that.
ass.
I can't say that. Never mind.
What, you can't make yo mama jokes? Just because yo mama laid eggs, trust
No,
me,
no,
it's fair game in there.
I wanted to make a joke about his mama, but it would have been not a good idea.
Yeah, but the thing is, can you see how it's curved and not straight like the diagram, and it doesn't quite connect at the knee?
Yep.
But it could be malnutrition.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that.
No, it doesn't. But it could have been.
Mhm.
Obviously a childhood injury. Poor little giant.
Apparently, there was a research paper to try and figure out what it is. I can't. Not sure. I'm not sure what it is, but also this
Blanco.
giant head's just kind of been lurking here.
Mm-hmm.
Thing I know the background of this Supreme Court thing. I'll see if I can find it, but it actually was a article in a parody paper, right? So they said they destroyed all of these
Giant bones.
giant bones, right? But in actual fact, that was from a parody newspaper, and I think it was called World News Daily or something.
Ah,
And
yes.
it it was a parody that then got sort of bandied about by the creationists, and they think
Of course it did.
they think it's real. I'll see if I can find it, but don't hold me to that. Yeah, I'll see
In
if
the
I can find it
meantime,
again.
I'm just gonna go ahead and let it play.
Organizations like the Smithsonian
The what now?
Institute.
The Smithsonian?
The Smithsonian, yeah.
Okay.
Is
Okay.
hiding the
Haven't you
evidence
heard
that
of
things were
the incredibly beloved and high reputation of the Smithsonian?
Yeah.
in the past, even though we see
By the way, I've been there. Everyone, go there at least once in your life. It's really, really freaking cool.
Oh yeah,
They have
I
a
need
lot
to
of
go
great
back.
stuff.
I only had time to hit up the airplane museum. Yeah, they have several different museums all along the mall. It isn't just one thing. There's lots of different things. So yes, a lot of time.
Yeah, what me and my family figured out is you want to budget like 5 hours per museum. So do maybe like 2 a day. Or 3 if you're not super interested in one and just want to walk through.
see it again in scripture, we see it in temple doors all over the
Yes,
world.
big doors.
We even see that in nectar there was a higher level of oxygen in the past, which goes
Sorry, in the nectar. You mean in the amber, right, Howard?
But what about the amber nectar? Or
Uh,
the
biblical
nectarine amber?
story that things
never
were
know.
bigger.
You never know. It could have been ambergris.
From the whales?
Yeah, sure.
Whale
Sure.
vomit.
Amber is not even from the same. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
Things like trees. So obviously lizards would be bigger too, as well as people. So
Okay, first, not lizards. Second, not necessarily.
Because date palms only grow to one size, like that's definitely the size that date palms are. All like if you see a smaller tree, it's not a date palm. It can't be. They don't grow from a seed or anything. They just arrive fully grown.
They pop in fully formed from the fourth spatial dimension.
Gotcha. Yeah.
That's how God does it too. Things
And
popping in. Yeah.
And there was a lizard that I think he would love to play with that was alive in the time of humans called the Megalania.
And that couldn't be a child on the right hand side. I love how he's got to point out that those people are humans. Like I wouldn't have known if he hadn't put the label over the middle photo of human. I would have thought they were like monkeys or something.
the one on the left definitely looks like somebody giving their kid something to drink.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh no, it's a tiny human.
Have a juice box.
Juice box of the giants.
So would they be demigods? Would they be fallen angels? Would they be Nephilim? There's a whole debate there on its own. But we definitely
Or would they just be adults?
Well, the Book of Enoch clearly shows that there were definitely Nephilims floating around. And
Clearly.
something.
Yes.
Noah's flood.
I'm sorry. I didn't get you for a second.
serious depictions and sculptures of giants and things built for giants and things that look like they were built by giants.
It's a big freaking bell, Howard. It's
That
just
is
a
big bell.
bell.
People can say, I want to build a really big bell too. You don't have to be a giant to say, hey, I want to make a really big bell.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a requirement.
No, he just wants to show something that there's a bigger dingaling than he is.
That's a fair point.
Well, or else
So
Howard just
why
likes big dongs. Howard just loves big dongs.
I mean, who doesn't, though,
Why not? Yeah.
Would we be having this debate?
You
Because I
humans are
believe
strange.
that dinosaurs are a fake narrative to hide giants, dragons, and our true history timeline, and even our to distort our worldview. So giant trees seem to be everywhere. We now call them mesas. They look like they've been chopped down.
You mean a mesa, Howard?
Well, that one I can chalk up to accent, but come
You
on.
know?
Don't you can tell that when you look at a mesa that it's a giant tree stump, though, right, guys?
I mean, Devil's Tower is clearly a giant tree.
Clearly.
What are you talking about?
I'm just trying to follow his line of logic, but this seems more like a squiggle of logic.
It's a curly Q.
We get petrified wood. We get buildings that look like they've melted or been petrified. And we get large-looking vegetable-like stone formations.
Vegetable-like.
Oh, just
Oh.
wait. I see meaty colored rock.
Are we doing
Oh
meat?
no!
Doing petrified meat? This is like Roger level.
Oh, no.
Is it-
Yeah.
Beamsy, are you ready to? Are you ready for Howard to show you his meat?
Oh, no.
That's
Ready to dig into
Himalayan salt. That's
Wait, Jess has never heard that before, probably. I don't know if you've heard this one. Have you encountered somebody talking about meaty rocks before?
No, I have not.
Oh,
this is
don't
glorious.
spoil it, Mark.
Strap
Don't
yourself
spoil it,
in.
Mark.
I'm
not,
ready.
not,
I'm ready.
Definitely.
As well as scripture again telling us that there would be melting buildings burnt with burnt sulfur and rain. We also have the coastlines worldwide, as well as riverbeds that are two completely different environments, one with the river water flowing one way and the coastline water flowing in multiple directions, yet we see evidence of a worldwide flood
His
worldwide,
freaking hearts.
like I say, in the riverbeds and in the coastlines specifically.
Wait,
With the freaking
Like-
hearts.
it's Medusa. It's a Gorgon.
My guy. Oh my god.
They turn their hearts to stone with their stare.
I don't remember Medusa being in the Bible. Have I not read the Bible? My memories.
It's in the second book of Enoch.
Yeah. Welcome to Howard, Jess.
Wow.
We're getting
Like,
into his
right-
stones.
Just trying to make sense of wow, this is really heart shaped. It must be a heart.
So
Oh my
maybe the Messiah was actually Perseus. Was it Perseus that slew Medusa? I think it was.
Could be.
Yes, Perseus did. At least in the Clash of the Titans. I don't know about in the actual mythology.
No, in the mythology, I think it was Perseus as well. Yeah, so
Where you'd expect different formations, we get two: oval or shaped like a harp. And the harp shape,
Also, I was confused about this for frickin' ever. He is saying harp with a P,
I
not
think it's
harp
just his accent.
with a T.
I think it's just his accent.
I was going to
No,
say that
no,
it
he
looks more
writes it
like
out. It's
a tooth to me, but
He writes it out. It is a harp. HARP.
Oh,
Like a harpy.
These are his harp-shaped stones.
I want a harp. I want a doodle-doo, doodle-doo.
liar.
I have a mandolin.
Those are nice too.
always have the up to 20 correlations, features that correlate.
Say, Bree, if you want to provide some background music when we get to the tier list, that'd be fine. I don't know how well you can play well high, but
I usually play
Brave,
better
brave
high.
Sir Robin, brave Sir Robin.
with the anatomy of a heart. So
well, it
people
will
are
beat the
making
banjo
their own
music I'm hearing when he's speaking.
Fair.
Ding, 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 ding. This is just getting further and further down the banjo line.
I think he's playing the banjo in a pool of moonshine. Like an Olympic-sized swimming pool of moonshine.
My daddy
Observations,
brother
this
looks
is my
after me
friend
well.
Mike Wilkerson's collection. He has got the YouTube channel Stellium7, and he can show the harp shape.
What do you know? When you search for rocks that have a specific shape, you wind up finding rocks with that specific shape.
Uh-huh.
I could look for rocks that are shaped like a T, and I'd probably find a lot of rocks that are shaped like a T.
What
Does
about
that mean
rocks that are
Jesus
shaped
was
like a
real because I
D?
have rocks shaped like a cross?
What about rock shaped like a D? I don't mean
Are
the
you looking
letter.
for the debris?
Sometimes.
I mean, I'll have to look through debris to find. Oh,
The D.
humans are weird.
Yes.
Time and time again, always with evidence of the aorta at the top, a
Oh, the
twisted
Always.
bottom, because when it contracts, it kind of tightens like a rope. Meteor colors when they get wet, and also darker on the interior where they haven't had been so much bleached by the sun. We wouldn't expect these shapes to keep reappearing. Oval, yes. Rounded, yes, but not the heart shape. So it's very interesting, and I recommend that everybody get into it for themselves. Along river.
Beansy, do you have any thoughts?
Somebody overcooked that bacon. It's a crime.
Humans are so good at pattern finding. It's ridiculous. And they're like, I found this pattern, so it must be true. And we talk.
The one on the left looks like pie with powdered sugar on it.
It looks like a Turkish delight.
Pie.
Oh my god.
Let me see. Turkish delight.
I love Turkish delight.
Oh, boy.
It's just
Bacon.
no.
Oh, definitely. It definitely looks like Turkish delight. You nailed it.
It's great.
Yeah.
That's where it comes from. It's mined right out of the earth.
Also,
That
Beamsy fun
explains a
meme,
lot.
but I'm not showing that on stream. Fun meme though.
Hey, it's why I never need to worry about the petrification.
Beds and coastlines, and also in valleys, you'll find pebbles, smooth stones that are either oval, rounded, or they're heart-shaped. There's about 15
Earth bacon.
to 20% average of the pebbles will be heart-shaped, and the best explanation we've got is a worldwide flood.
No.
No. God damn it, Howard.
No.
Keep in mind, this is about dinosaurs. Like,
It's
In
way
theory.
off.
See,
you got to remind yourself that. Okay.
this is why no one really debates Howard, because, like, if
Yeah.
like I could see this is the very first debate where the moderator has to interrupt the opening statement to get the interlocutor back on topic, you know.
Yes.
But what have we gone through? We've gone through multiple different ideas of gods, for conspiracy theories to
Big
meat
buildings.
fossils.
The fourth dimension.
The fourth dimension. Yeah, let's not forget that.
He sidetracks the conversation worse than we do, and he's doing it to himself.
I know, it takes 6 of us, and we're not even a match for one Howard.
Right.
Do you
This is-
see
I
why
told
this
him
isn't
last
a
time
drinking stream?
Well, last time I debated him, I said, like, you do not stay on topic. Like, I don't want to debate you anymore because we go off on some random topic that isn't even the topic of the debate. Last time I debated him, it was on, what was it on? I think it was on dinosaurs, and we ended up at Dracula. And it was just like,
Yeah, it was.
what the
Hey,
hell?
Dinosaur Dracula produces some quality content, I will have you know.
Yeah.
Baby Raptor Jesus.
We have scientific experiments using microwaves, plasma, and some
you doing?
powders, chemical powders. We
You
can
know,
actually
Playing with the
reproduce
microwave.
the second hardest gem on the hardness scale, which is rubies. So
Making
we can
rubies in a
literally
microwave,
create
apparently.
rubies in a matter of, I think it's
Where
20
are you guys on the
seconds.
hardness scale right now? Just on the scale, the
Oh.
hardness scale, 1 to 10.
I'm not going to answer that.
I'm going negative here. Just it's sort of. Congratulations, Howard. You're the biggest boner killer out there.
Love that.
That's a bold statement.
And I don't think
I mean, I-
Dracula Rex has been claim. So if somebody wanted to grab that name for a screen name, that'd be great.
I mean, I think he's actually beat by Hoven talking about making babies. That for me is just the worst thing ever. That is nightmare. So I think Hoven's got him beat, quite frankly.
Also, Bree, there's a dinosaur that we'll meet tonight that might give that name a run for its money.
Oh, Draco
Actually,
Rex?
at least no. There's at least 2.
Ah,
So
let's have a
that'll be
look.
fun.
So
I think
imagine
he's almost
a
done.
worldwide flood with
Gods, I hope so.
supernatural abilities. When God said, "Let there be light," imagine what he could say to get everything to petrify. When everything's already submerged
Go hard or
in
go home.
water that's conductive. So we can see on stones iron ore, which we
No!
find in blood, and we also find on mountaintops what looks like trabecula carne, if I'm saying that right.
No, you never.
No.
I don't even know what he said. Taracula carne.
Spongy bone. The bone part of spongy bone.
Okay.
It's just no, Howard. No.
That's a
Oh,
limestone.
I see, because the cut's little rivulets in it. It looks like spongy bone. Nifty.
Uh-huh. That's his evidence.
And we also find channels in stones that are going horizontally with the earth and iron ore still oozing out. And some of these stones, as you can see here, are much higher than the earth. So why earth?
Are they? You don't give us a sense of scale, Howard.
Well,
I can believe
there's
Oozing out.
there's like grass and shit nearby. That's kind
yeah,
of
but
scale-ish.
That could be either 3 inches high or 30 feet high. Like,
Well, he doesn't have any giants to show you the scale. They're not around, so
Well, he needs the ultimate precision instrument of all qualified scientists, a feather.
Banana.
Oh,
Banana.
yes, absolutely.
No.
Yeah.
For
I mean-
Roger, yeah.
I mean,
That's
I
what
was
he
going to
used to
say,
point.
like, Beamsy, you know how I know he doesn't know anything about geology? No rock hammer for scale.
Yeah.
Disqualified.
It's over.
Just so people understand
Oozing
what
out
this
of it.
is, all rock hammers are universal. Mostly so you could put your rock hammer
More or
next
less,
to you put your rock hammer next to the sample you're taking to take a photograph, and anyone who's handled a rock hammer will basically go, I know exactly how big that is.
That's not.
Uh-huh.
That's
It's-
awesome.
all geologists carry one around because it's also just a really freaking useful tool.
And the rubies he's shown aren't rubies. You don't make rubies in a microwave. It's just no. They're just red
Yeah.
crystals.
Well, what if you don't got time to bake them in the oven, though? Not everybody has as much time as you, Beamsy.
Here, actually, you know what, Beamsy? I'm kind of curious now. What's your preferred type of rock hammer? I like a good masonry / brick hammer.
Oh, okay.
I like the wedge.
Oh my!
This is getting steamy, guys.
So
Wedge issues.
just for shits and giggles and science, I made. I did not do the cutting on this, but I made my own sapphire.
Sorry.
And it's just aluminum oxide that you heat a lot, and then I send it off and had it made pretty and shit. I didn't add any color, which is why it's a clear sapphire. But I think that's what that microwave scene was showing, maybe. And they had the additives to give it the red color, but that's also what made the microwave zap it, because the green stuff makes me think there was something ferrous in there.
Possibly, yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
and-
know. It didn't seem like a great idea to me. I just,
Yeah.
if you want to make your own rocks, like use like
But maybe there was a copper
a kiln
derivative in
type
there,
thing.
maybe?
Yeah.
I
Some
actually
copper, which
carry.
is- Do not put metal in your microwave and arc it. It just is not a very good
Yeah.
idea in the slightest.
Anyway, Beamsy,
I've always-
what kind of hammer do you like?
I actually carry both a brick and an anti to frame.
Is that the pointed ones?
Yeah, the pick. The
Okay,
anti-to-frame.
that's fair.
Will you get off? Sorry.
I usually
problems.
carry around a bunch of different chisels in my pack. So, yeah. I like to use mine a lot for climbing, and the wedge makes it real easy to like get in cracks, drive it in, and haul yourself up.
Yeah, I mostly use actual chisels for that because you seem to get a better grip than with a rock hammer. That's why I prefer carrying a pick.
Well, that's fair. To each their own. It just works for me. I've been doing it for over a decade now.
Yeah, if you hear weird things at the moment, the cat's currently being a sook.
There we
I ate
go.
a donut because that stuff
and,
was making me hungry.
Thanks for joining us, Jess. Fun having
Yeah,
you.
thanks, Jess.
Oh, Jess had
You
Oh,
just
okay.
had to poof.
Oh, bye, Jess.
Well, I got to scoot in about an hour or so.
For food or for the night?
No, I've got an interview to do.
Oh, okay. Let's finish up then, so we can get to the dinosaurs.
Well, you don't have to finish
Well,
up. It's I'm
makes
just
sense,
giving you a heads up.
unless-
That's all.
Earth as we know it is walking on. I think what's the saying? Walking on Titans or something. So we can look at a mountain where I live, which looks like an elephant overall, and my friend Mike's counted up to 50
Sure does.
features that correlate with the anatomy of an elephant of such magnitude. Here you can see myself going down what we believe to be a channel to the sinuses, which are situated behind what we believe to.
You lose connection there,
I've never
Beansy?
wanted something to cave in more from my life. No, I'm joking, but you know,
The elephant sinuses.
I don't hope Howard gets hurt in any way. But seriously, yeah.
It was a cat doing a face palm on the keyboard.
Mm,
She closed all my tabs.
how rude.
Mew Mew, behave.
So I'm currently scratching her ear and she's just clawing at the keyboard to try and keep her distracted. If I had a camera that worked, or more correctly, that she didn't eat, I'd have it on now so you could see what I'm talking about.
Do you have like a laser pointer to play with her?
She doesn't pay attention to them, but she loves cameras.
Aw, dang. Weird. Weird.
Cave of the eye socket where there's a remnant of an eyeball. You can see that the walls and the ceiling have not been
eyeballs turned to stone.
smooth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the easiest to fossilize.
With water erosion, the colouring and the textures look quite biological, and there's all.
How does that look biological?
I don't.
It looks like a cave, Howard.
It's like
It
lime
looks like a
deposits to me.
freaking cave. Jeez. Craps.
also
Hey.
pillars and things that you'd expect in a sinus chamber, if I'm saying that right. So
No,
yes, there's
you're
no
not.
sign of
I
water
expect
erosion.
No.
stalactites and stalagmites in my sinus chambers. That's that's what Benadryl helps with. I don't fucking know.
It's fossilized earwax, is what it is.
Well,
You know-
he's
Diet of
sinus,
congestion.
so there shouldn't be earwax. Sinus.
Do you know the easy way to remember which one is on the floor and which one's on the ceiling when it comes to stalagmites and stalactites?
There's a couple
Stalactites have
ways.
to hold on tight because they're on the roof.
And the mites hold the roof up because they come from the floor.
Because they're mighty.
I was a tour guide in a cave last year. What we said was stalactites hang tight to the ceiling and stalagmites
Might stab you in the
your
foot.
toe on. Well, you might stub your toe.
Aha.
They might reach the
Erosion.
ceiling.
For these
that's it.
channels and these
There's a
chambers
bunch of
to have been
variations.
formed. Yet there is lots of to scale to situation.
He's just using this
The
debate
shape-
to show off his vacation footage. Are you guys
Yeah,
trying-
really. It's
Yeah.
just a slide. Here's the time I went spelunking and left a frickin' bottle of Aquafina in a cave.
Because the giant
Okay, so
elephant.
that is the
Dinosaur.
most pseudoscience like top thing I've ever seen. Biogeology.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what biogeology actually is? It is a real field.
Oh, really? What is it?
It's actually how things like the earth and roots interact with the soil.
Oh, okay.
The interface of the
So
living
he's just
and the
basically
dirt.
taken a real field. You might also classify things like stromatolites and stuff under that, right? Stromatolites.
Yeah,
Um,
it's basically how organisms interact with the rocks and the earth itself. Any living organism, and
With the
how it has
soil
actually
horizon.
not just the soil horizon, but when it actually becomes petrified and you can see the fossilized remains of burrows and things like that. That's all biogeology. It's the way the biological organisms interact with the soil.
But yeah,
It's
he's
Exercise.
Oh, good. Oh, we've got Dolphin Island.
Are you sure it's dolphin, not porpoise?
It could be a porpoise.
He calls it a dolphin.
It's
Is
your
the-
soul.
Is the one, the other one, is that supposed to be like a Spinosaurus, or what are we looking at there?
Who frickin' knows?
Orientation.
But I mean, I
Everything
can
seems-
show a picture that looks exactly like a boat kind of thing, right? So, you know,
to be where it should be. So we're recommending that people start looking at things with new eyes, because wind, water, and mechanical erosion.
Is
Does he not know how that got there?
I was going to say, tell me he's not about to say those are fossilized giants.
Is that the claim here?
If he doesn't say it, I think he's implying it.
what?
Random erosion don't account for carvings that are all to place.
Oh, something about a flood in Dreadnoughtus.
I wonder
So-
how
Can I
he'd
just-
explain Love
Can I just
Valley.
share this for a second?
Yep.
See, it's
Hey!
a fossilized frigate from the olden times.
Clearly.
It's been fossilized.
Proof
yeah,
of time
absolutely.
travel.
Amazing.
Uh-huh.
Actually, it does look a lot like a battleship. That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Proof.
Yeah, I'd
Proof
love to
that
know.
ancient,
Absolute
ancient
proof.
ships roamed the earth. Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about how a couple sauropods appeared to have died in a flood.
Yeah,
And
but
saying,
how would he explain those from Love Valley? I would love to know his explanation.
There's a place called Love Valley.
Yeah, it's in Turkey, but you'll understand when you see what they've got. Their geology predominantly.
Oh.
Places have all kinds of fun names.
Okay,
near
cool
me,
picture,
we've got
but I'm
3 different
actually
places
not
called...
sure I can show that on stream.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, now I gotta look.
Love Valley.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Alright.
I actually
I
don't think I can
I
show
don't
that on
see.
stream.
I don't see what the problem is. These are clearly Golden Age Middle Eastern houses.
well, the second
Sure,
one
let's
gives you a
go with
better
that.
idea of the scale.
And we even get mainstream narratives acknowledging that there's a flood that would explain lots of the
It's a Futurama joke. It's literally a Futurama joke.
That one's Simpsons.
Same freaking difference. One's just 1,000 years in the future.
things we find in geology, and what we're told are craters from being hit by a meteorite. They don't make sense because they're not showing skid lines. So there's lots of people that believe that our whole worldview has been distorted, our timeline has been distorted, and it
Can I just
all
say
has to do with
the cringiness of altering a Banksy? Like, seriously, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Sorry, altering a what?
Oh,
Banksy.
on the previous slide,
Yeah,
there
the
was one of
previous slide.
a Banksy stencil.
It's a Banksy, right? That is a Banksy.
Oh.
And
so there's lots of people.
what skid lines is he referring to when he talks about crater impacts? Does he realize the velocity that they're traveling at?
I'm curious.
No, he doesn't realize
how
anything.
a dude who thinks there's a dome over the planet reckons the impact happened. Like, you can go to Behringer Crater.
Well, he doesn't think they happen.
People
He
that
doesn't think they're
believe
meteorites.
Our whole worldview has been distorted. Our timeline has been distorted.
As he showed in that earlier one.
He showed it. Yeah, here. They're from the fountains of the deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the water came up.
Okay.
Crater's like I got hit by a rock from space, but I crawled out and left. No, there's fragments of the meteorite still in there. I don't. And can I just point out? Look over on the right. Okay, look over on the right.
Which one?
He's the right-hand side picture in this one, right? He's proving because if you look at the moon from like you'll see the same face kind of thing, right? When it comes round.
Yeah.
Because it's tidally locked. So if this was true, then different people in different places should see different faces. But they don't.
Weird.
But for some reason in the southern hemisphere, you see it upside down from how we see it up here.
That's right side up, Bree. I'll just correct you on that. You guys are seeing it upside down.
We
How
see
dare
it
you.
upside down.
That's
Well, I mean,
true.
Australia's
I've got
not even
NASA
real,
money to
so-
make. How dare you?
And it all has to do with spiritual war that the Bible and also other religious scriptures warn about, that there are fallen angels that are being...
They're
The DreamWorks logo.
they're
of course.
holding boxes.
Illuminati confirmed.
Look, the Mayans had DreamWorks. Proven. So-
worshipped, and they
Their
are
survival
what the Bible
kits, they've
talks
got
about.
torch. They've got a torch. They've got some food in there and some water. That's what's in those boxes.
But they didn't really go to space, Beamsy, so that can't be it.
How can they
space
go to
don't
space?
real.
if Space ain't real, yeah. Wake
that
up,
are being
sheeple.
worshipped, and they are what the Bible talks about as being the planets, because they like to go at their own speed and their own pace in their own way.
Oh,
So
they
we
love
see
it, yeah.
people that have worshipped the sun throughout the history. People have worshipped the moon throughout history.
Oh, you're going
as
to
well
start
as the other
making me think
planets
the
we're
sun and the
looking
moon
at.
are real.
In the Quran, they talk about jinn being a higher dimensional being, not
Pretty sure
Guarantee-
the
Fuck's
Guarantee
sake.
they
These are
never
from-
said higher dimensional. Guarantee you.
Sorry. Also, pause. I'm pretty sure all of these are Japanese, not Islamic.
They're Oni. They're Oni.
Yeah,
is what
Oni.
they are.
Yeah.
Two of them are Oni. One of them is a Kappa.
I thought they were all yokai.
Which one
Oh,
is
is
the
this one a
Kappa?
Kappa?
No, the
No,
middle
like
one.
that's
Cap-
an Oni.
Yeah, that's an Oni.
Is it?
Kappa have bald heads and turtle shells.
Yeah.
Yes, they have a. Yeah.
Is
And
he
they
going
don't
to
have
circle
water on their
back
head?
around to dragons at any point?
Look, I'm just along for the
Freaking
ride,
knows?
buddy. At this
Yeah.
point, the roller coaster has left the station, and we're on the loop to loop. You know, like there's no telling what will happen.
No, I think the roller coaster went up and derailed itself and is now on the merry-go-round.
more
There's
more apt,
alien
yes.
and angels. So you could say that these are fourth dimensional beings, that maybe angels are fifth dimensional beings. And that's why they say seven heavens, seven likewise for earths, because
I'm
Why, though?
You know
Look
that
at the
like
Valley
the
of
one
Love
in
right there.
London. You know
These
the one
are
in London.
all-
They kind of
based on. We're
All stolen
from.
from
Most of them
Egypt.
are stolen from Egypt.
right, right.
What-
The one in
wasn't
London
the
was
London one a
stolen from
gift?
Egypt.
I thought the London one was a gift
Was it?
from.
It's
I thought it was a
possible.
gift from the Egyptian government.
They're just stelae. I mean, people have been making them for quite some time. It doesn't mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's Cleopatra's Needle in London. Yeah, it was stolen. It was like the English steal everything. Let's face it. Like, come on now.
Okay.
Oh no, it was
I
presented
always
to
heard-
the United Kingdom by the ruler of Egypt and Sudan. All right, they didn't steal this thing.
Yeah. There we go.
Nice. Okay. Well, good on you, English. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'll take back everything I ever said about you. Your
Uh-huh.
food still sucks.
because Earth can't be a 3D shape. If we are ourselves having thoughts, feelings, memories that are not physical, So if Earth's a higher dimensional shape, then there would be higher dimensional beings, which means that there would be a creator. Because if there is higher dimensional beings that are deceiving us to think otherwise, then...
You know why Satan's evil?
Because he talks out of his ass?
Because he ain't got no ass.
Yeah, I see another face down there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like
Wow.
that, what is it, Western werewolf or something?
No, it's the commonly known two-faced ass demon. You've all seen one before.
And there's a clear
They
sign of
frequently
evil.
run for
If
political
there's a sign
office.
of evil, then there must be a sign of good. Good is creative. So that tells me there's a creator. And the devil's greatest trick is to make everyone think he doesn't believe. So we've literally been brainwashed to ignore all of the historical artifacts.
All right. Here we go. Yep, it's
Oh.
a Utah werewolf.
Well, well,
I've
What
seen
the
them
hell
make
is that thing?
Sasquatch faces like that before.
Yep, this is a thing someone made.
No offense, but that looks like an ass muncher. It looks like it's perfectly designed to munch them.
it's like the Monsters Manual. Nom 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 nom.
I'm not
No, it was
sure if
perfectly
that's what an
evolved for
ass
eating ass.
muncher.
And that's all it looks like.
I don't think that's what an ass muncher is, quite frankly. Usually it's something that munches ass, not that is an ass that munches.
Hey, maybe the species is like insects. They mate butt to butt or face to face in this case.
Showing that there's reptilian creatures in either a higher dimension and possibly manifested in our physical realm at some point as well.
There's the Welsh flag.
Oh no, I know where this is going to. Oh no.
Well,
Hey, we're back on
there's
dragons, kind of.
stories like of the Loch Ness. There's statues worldwide
The
of
serpent
temples that we still don't
seed.
understand how they built, and pyramids that show there's some kind of connection with energy, and also there's something to do with maintaining youth by eating
Yoda!
babies, which is why we get the vampire. Even depictions from Pope Gregory and Aleister Crowley, the most famous Satanist.
So why is
as well as
Yoda not
cars,
around
brands
anymore?
like Alfa Romeo
Sith
show
confirmed.
there's something about
Sith confirmed.
eating young flesh and stealing innocence. It's interesting that even the Vatican are secretly idolizing the reptile, just like the United Nations have got symbolic subliminal messages in their artwork in one of their biggest conference rooms, showing the snake on the head, like
To show the real
in
image.
the Jungle Book.
You know?
Everyone's hypnotized like by the third eye. And there's many Bible verses that also suggest that there is a serpent seed, a generation of vipers, which we've been brainwashed and primed to laugh about, to even like the idea that vampires could depend on our innocence and youth to stay alive. So we ignore all of the...
vampires.
He
Does
did
it
when
always
I
come
was
down?
Tag them in.
yeah.
Okay, Dracula Rex.
the evidence, even though there was a secret society known as the Order of Dragon, which Napoleon and Count Dracula was a member of. Count Dracula being funny that the royal family admit their
The
descendants.
genealogy shows that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler.
So yeah, we can just ignore the logos on their chairs, on their emblems. We can ignore all the detailed artwork that goes into all of the biblical details being represented. And we can ignore that their family is totally connected to secret societies that I used to be a member of that go back to very, very long time ago. And in the highest degrees, they admit that Lucifer is their god. Lucifer is the light bearer, the light that they are hoping to acquire. And we also see what we call the world leaders go into ceremonies like the CERN tunnel opening and also we see in Hollywood and the music industry that there's so much idolizing of these biblical figures that we're told are just myth and we shouldn't believe. But if there's so much money behind the promotion of these subliminals, I don't think that the people telling us that we shouldn't be taking these things seriously, but at the same time spending so much time and
Ember,
energy.
you're not doing it.
I'm just wondering if these people are making a secret sign or just face palming at
They're listening to Howard's presentation. They're like,
well, hang on, which eye is it? Because they both.
I know. We should do both.
I've just got a headache. That's all. I just got a headache.
Yeah.
Well, they say that the OK sign is also a white supremacist thing. So
yeah, they do.
So Mark, I know you don't like it when people like diagnose others as being mentally ill over the internet, but I think he needs to see a licensed professional.
I do too. I wouldn't make a diagnosis, but yeah, there's something. I don't know. He just, like I said, he's never met a conspiracy he hasn't liked. You know, it really is. He'll take anything.
Mm-hmm.
To make sure that we see the alternative and actually subliminally worship and idolize people that promote these things, it just tells me that there's definitely an agenda for a one world government, and that we're being we've got plenty of evidence right in front of us. So if people want to take screenshots,
people doing this
in the open discussion, there's plenty of means, methods, opportunity. So thanks for listening. Let's see if we can get into it.
Was that a
and we're done.
An hour opening?
Holy
20 minutes.
That felt like 2 hours. Yeah, that felt like so long. But I mean, like, this is the thing. Like I said to Donnie, like, he will go vastly off topic. I don't know why he didn't sort of jump in and say, hey, keep to the dinosaurs, because that was just an unhinged rant. Whatever. I mean, it's his channel, but
if he wanted to try to prove the, Illuminati, whatever, it's like, I don't know. It like veered off dinosaurs and never really went back.
Right, but he kind of has this thing of where he goes into the debate, brings up every conspiracy theory under the sun, like literally every single one he can possibly throw at you, and then go disprove them all. And it's like you haven't shown any evidence for any of them.
I know, that should have been the shortest debate ever on Donnie's channel anyway, because if I were Snake, I would have been like, cool story, bro, but are you conceding because you didn't actually make an argument,
Right.
Yep. So
it was like he's having a completely different conversation than the topic. It almost sounds like it's like cookie cutter for what he brought to Mark.
Yep. So now that we're done with that, there was another thing we were here for that'll hopefully be a little less agonizing.
Okay.
All right. So what are we doing now?
The objectively best dinosaur tier list ever.
Yes.
Okay. And
rawr. Yes, that was what PowerPoint recommended to me, so I used it. Nice. I thought it was cute. Anyway, so for those who aren't familiar with
congratulations with working out how to do the slideshow in PowerPoint, which like 100% of creationists cannot work out. So congratulations.
Oh, I did it in PowerPoint, and then I had to port it over to Google Docs or Google Slides in order to get it to actually function right.
Oh,
really? Okay.
We're fancy today.
Yeah, I did technology. You should fear my creation. At any rate, for those not familiar with tier lists, these are an easy way to show like your thoughts on a particular group of things. In this case, dinosaurs. The tier list itself has a few different levels. The lowest level is F. You might have gotten this grade in school if you were bad in a class. But it goes above A. It goes above A into S tier. This is absolute best.
Supreme.
S tier.
Yeah, that comes from Japanese games where it used to rate you, up to A, and then S was super tier or
Yep.
supreme tier.
And just quick explanation of what we're ranking today. We're going to be ranking representatives of major clades of dinosaurs. So these are representatives of a group of dinosaurs. To try to keep things a bit simpler than going over the entire group. There are 24 in total. I had to do a lot of cutting to get it to a reasonable number.
Orders, families.
Mostly family level, chosen from not.
Are they
Dinosaur cladistics is a bit complicated, but I chose representatives of major groups of dinosaurs.
Arbitrary groups. No,
Somewhat
honestly,
arbitrary.
I'm down with groups.
The famous dinosaurs. That's cool.
And not just the famous ones. There's a lot of less well-known ones in here too.
Ooh,
I
that's
wanted
what I'm
to.
here for it.
Yes. That said, some clades might be split into 2 or more sections, just because they changed a ton from when they started and when they ended. As an example, the Tyrannosauroids, so the lineage that led up to T-Rex, are split in 2 because they changed a lot from start to finish.
Love it.
I'm with you.
And we'll be ranking them on 4 different criteria that should give each dinosaur their chance to shine or not. So, first criteria is offensive capability. S tier could kill anything. F tier couldn't kill a frickin' fly. Just completely harmless. Next is defensive capability. S tier is literally invulnerable or untouchable. So they can either, be really, really durable, or they can just be fast and agile and not get hurt at all. Then there's subjective coolness. Sometimes we just really like a dinosaur, so we want to put it a bit higher. This is what this is for. Or you might absolutely hate that it exists. And lastly is survivability. Now, this one we have to do a bit of thinking for, but basically, generally, the more specialized you are, the easier it is for you to die and go extinct. The more general you are, the better. But you might be lacking in other areas that'll push you down on the tier list. So, with these criteria in mind, we should get a few S's, maybe a few F's, but a nice distribution across the board.
I want to make
Are we going to get the
prediction.
D? Are we going to get the D? Is what I'm asking.
There is a D. There will
And
there is a
probably be at
excellent.
least one D.
I'm making
Nice.
a prediction. I'm making
yes.
a prediction that there's going to be a balance between the pink and the green on this.
On the slideshow?
The rankings there, the defensive capability, defensive capability and survivability in stressed environments, because you get these large browsers, right, that get super huge and nothing can mess with them except for a climatic event, which wipes them all out.
Yep, exactly.
So I predict balance there.
Because, if not for that last one, like, sauropods and T-Rex and all them, automatic S tier, but having that criteria in there makes it they have to work a little harder for it. And it also gives the little dinosaurs a shot, too. Because, some dinosaurs might not be able to fight, but they lasted 30 million years. So,
It's got to count for something.
Anyway, so we know what we're ranking, and we know how we're ranking them. So let's move on to our first dinosaur. Well, actually, our example dinosaur.
That's a Pokemon. Don't lie to me.
So this is how the slides are going to go. At the top is going to be the genus and species and the clade they're representing. In this case, it is Sheldonus testudens of the Sheldon clade. Then the name meaning. Name translates to Sheldon the turtle. when it evolved, when it went extinct, the niche it had, in this case, cute, and a couple facts about him, because, I like to be educational. So he tiny, he adorable, and you have to protect him. Also, there's just a picture, in case you're not familiar with the dinosaur. I tried to choose representative ones.
I like his shell.
Mm-hmm.
He's
very
cute points.
And I love him.
Agreed. We'll make him our king.
All right. Now then, our first actual ranking. Oh, nope, that's second. Meet Gnathovorax cabreri, or Cabreri's Jawed Devourer.
Nom nom nom.
This is a mid-sized predator of the early Triassic, and it's one of the earliest known dinosaurs. We have one specimen, but it was very, very well preserved, including the brain case. So we know it probably had pretty good vision.
Can we have a rock hammer for scale?
It's about 12 to 13 feet long, I believe.
Okay.
Also, I'm going to just put up a quick banner for our criteria so people know what they are.
And I mean, this is what we're talking like Herrerasaurus or Herrerasaurus.
It's related, yeah.
Yeah. So these guys, if anything, that tier ranking for survivability, these gave us dinosaurs. These were the prototypes in the early Triassic, and
the first carnivorous dinosaurs.
They're pretty gracile, yeah, and they
lightly built,
but not like a Coelophysis, which was like a heron.
A little more slim, yeah. Oh, and also, in case anyone's curious, this is inspired by Tier Zoo, if you're familiar with them at all, because I was not a fan of their dinosaur tier list.
So we have to do a better job.
Yeah, so
no pressure,
Tier Zoo looks at them as though they're playable classes in a game.
Oh.
So that kind of inspired the criteria. So, what are we feeling for, say, attack power from F to S?
I would probably give it a B to an A. I think it looks very offensive. Maybe it's just the position it's in, but if it's like 12 to 13 feet long, it was probably a decent predator.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards B because it could definitely ruin my day, but an Apatosaurus would just sneeze on it.
Well, that's true.
Do we know if they hunted in packs or anything like that?
No idea.
Okay.
So
no idea.
As lightly built as its skull is, I think, it could still do some damage to a human. So it was hunting us, but like a Plesiosaurus or something like that, maybe not so much. It's probably the biggest predator in its biome, though. So I'm gonna give it an A tier myself.
Okay, so BBA. Beamsy, you have an opinion? I'm gonna guess Beamsy is distracted by Mew Mew.
Kitty.
Well, I'm giving Beamsy's cat an offensive power of at least S tier.
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, I'd probably go with a B myself. How about defense? I'm feeling a bit lower on defense.
Yeah, same here. I'd probably say a D or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gracile is the characteristic that kind of pops up when I type this critter's name into the Chat GPT. I'll tell you that, which to me makes me think that it's going to be pretty easily bodied if it was up against anything even slightly bigger than it. So yeah. I'm going to go with like a D.
Yeah, it's got claws and talons and teeth, though, but not anything really defensive.
Yeah, speed and maneuverability seems to be its main defenses.
Yeah.
All right, so I think maybe a C or a D for defense. How about how much do you like it? It's like
I like
any
its
attachment
fluff.
to it?
Its fluff is cute.
Oh, the little bit of fluff it has, yeah.
Do we know if Herrerasaurus has actually had fluff? I don't think that's.
Most likely did, but we don't have any direct evidence. The fossils
I don't know.
aren't that well preserved.
I'm getting some real Komodo dragon vibes from the face, kind of thing. So I'm not sure I'm 100% sold on that. I think I'd go for a C, like just mid-range. Yeah, it's a dinosaur, all right.
Okay. Well,
It is
yeah, I'd probably
very
go with that too.
basic. You're basic. I'm
Yeah.
gonna give you a D tier because you're basic.
And then last
You had
category,
effort.
survivability.
How well
Probably-
it could adapt to its
Probably at
environment.
least a B.
I'm gonna give a Herrerasaurus an A on survivability.
The changing
True, they
environments.
usually
yeah,
live
I'd
in pretty
imagine
stressed
that.
environments.
Yeah, I think it probably would have. I would say B as well. Like it sort of could adapt to stressed
Mm-hmm.
environments. Okay.
So maybe like a low B, high C? Or low B, C as an average? Or, sorry, high C or low. I think actually just C, like average, maybe?
Yeah.
All right. We have our first dinosaur on the tier list. Nathothorax. Yes, C tier. Right. And for anyone curious, the closer you are to the letter, the better you are. Alrighty.
So right now it's the best C.
For
So,
now.
I did boot up my simulcast because it was amusing to do so. And Icarus asks, are we going to be ranking Dapper?
Oh.
I am not going to confirm or deny if Dapper is on here.
Okay.
And actually,
So,
I'm kind of thinking I can have both the tier list and the thing on my stream if I show my screen.
Oh.
But let's see if the black magic works.
Sorcery.
All
I want to pop in and say hi to Icarus, so I opened up your chat.
right. I cannot see the stream now. Can y'all see? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Oh, no, come on.
Windows is trying to be helpful.
Yeah,
Take me
trying.
a second monitor. Okay.
Nope.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
I know. I need a
I
second monitor,
am a
too.
poor bastard. That said, we have our next dinosaur,
Panty
Draco caducus.
Hey.
Prosauropods.
Its name translates. Actually, Beamsy, are you here? Because I need you to help me pronounce this.
Is that Welsh?
It is
Yeah, it's
Welsh.
Mhm.
Well, without Beamsy here, it is the fallen dragon of Pantivnian.
That's pretty close. I
It's
couldn't do
about
better.
200. It's about 200 million years old. A small omnivore that was found in a Welsh quarry that may have died by falling into a ravine. And the only specimen of what we have is a juvenile.
Okay,
So
so
we don't know what the
that's
adult animal looked like.
that's a partridge, and it died from a fall. So not very survivable, not very
No, I
intimidating.
feel like it could survive just fine. To be honest with you, it looks very resourceful.
Just unlucky, maybe.
Well, yeah. I mean, and
they
don't forget
find
it was a juvenile.
rhinoceroses and-
I mean, teenagers are generally do stupid things, right? So don't
True.
judge the adults by what the teenagers are doing.
It is Pantyphon anyway.
Pantyphon?
Yeah.
Okay. So the fallen
Welcome
dragon
back,
of Pantyphon.
Yeah, so I don't know. I guess maybe the fact that we only have the one specimen and it's a juvenile means that they're actually super survivable. None of the rest of them ever died.
Right.
Maybe we can settle on like a high B for it. Because it's small. It was likely an omnivore. So
Yeah, it's an omnivore. It looks. Yeah, I'm gonna go for A for survivability. Actually, I mean, offensiveness, I'd probably go for like a E tier, maybe.
like
Like it
E?
doesn't look very. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the reason it's an omnivore is because it needs to aggressively hunt bugs and berries, you know?
Yeah.
Hmm.
That sounds like
Maybe.
quite a charmed life, though.
Oh yeah, bugs and berries are the shit, yo.
Yeah, you're living in the Triassic. You know, it doesn't get much better than bugs and berries.
You're
We
right.
got Rarsukins running around wanting to chomp on you. You got.
And I'm just thinking, we do have 24 of these to go through. You guys know the criteria, so maybe just shout out what you think you would rate it like as a whole.
Okay.
Overall. Okay.
That way we don't go through all the criteria for every dino, because if we do that, it'll take a lot longer to go through this.
I'm going to give this guy a B tier.
Yeah,
Sorry,
same
B?
here.
Okay, B, Ember?
C.
Beansy?
I'll go D, because anytime the panty is struck, it's usually for the D.
That's true. I'm persuaded I will also go D.
I would probably go
would go D
for
too.
C. So I think it's a C. Below Nathavorax?
It would be.
Why are you even asking us? You're just vetoing us at the end of the day. Like, come on, man.
No, I'm not. We are a panel. I am taking the average while giving my own opinion.
Okay. I don't believe you.
These guys gave us like the sauropods. You know what these things turned into later on? Oh my gosh.
They eventually did.
Yeah, right now they're still little bug biters, I know.
We have a few more to go before we get to the big sauropods.
Mm-hmm.
But
are you going chronologically? Because
semi-chronologically.
I predict next is going to be a Solophysis.
That said, if we were just going on the name, I'd say S tier. Because that freaking name.
Panty Draco.
Panty Draco.
I still prefer my
Panty
logic.
Dragon.
You were saying, sorry, Beamsy, you were saying something?
I still prefer my logic for it, but yeah.
Oh, well. Next one. Pegamastax africana of the Heterodontosaurids.
F.
The strong jaw from Africa.
F.
It's from about 200 million years ago. It is a small herbivore and an early ornithischian, so an ancestor to stuff like duckbills, triceratops, stuff like that. It had multiple types of teeth, so varied diet, and it is hands down the best creature in Ark Survival Evolved, as you can hear Mark attesting to.
Bitch. No, it sucks, and it's terrible, and I hate it so much.
What's wrong with it in the
For
game?
me. It steals your crap and then runs away, and you've got to chase after it. It makes me so mad.
And sometimes it'll eat whatever it takes off you, even if it's like a pickaxe or something.
It'll eat it? Oh, wow.
Yeah, it'll just disappear.
I just don't see it being a very good creature, so I'd go E.
Ooh, all the way down to E.
So ugly.
Like a small, slow herbivore? Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I was leaning towards E because they just don't seem super useful. And as a general rule, I'm slightly biased against heteros, but it causes so much mischief. I kind of want to bump it up to like a C.
C? Okay.
Do you know that the hetero in this means that it's about its teeth? Hetero dot.
I know.
Ember knows.
Okay. I'm not familiar with the Ark survival thing, so I've never had
it is an utter bastard in Ark.
But is it fuzzy? Because it looks fuzzy.
It is in the game. This art is based off the game.
Aww. Is it about the size of a puppy?
Actually, yeah, about that. Well, small dog.
Are you for real? Oh, I want one.
We need to make a plushie now.
This is S tier.
Okay, so we have an S.
Anything that can sit on my lap and it's fuzzy is going to be S tier. Just so
have you seen that beak, though? That sucker's going to pinch when it chomps.
Have you seen
on the downside, Bree? On the downside, Bree, I'm going to go D. So I think averaging it all out, it is a D.
Yeah.
Can I just show you a picture of this thing? in like this is a picture of this.
Show me in game. Show me in game what
Yeah,
it looks
yeah,
like.
yeah. Obviously. Where is it? There it is.
Yep. Okay.
It doesn't
Yeah,
look
there's the
cute
little
there,
gremlin.
It doesn't look cute at all. Like it really doesn't.
Tell you what, Bree, join us for one of our ARC streams, and we'll show you what it's like.
I have a PlayStation. I just never play it. I don't know if I can play.
I don't know if ARC's cross-platform.
No, I don't think so. I could be wrong.
Well, up next, Megaptosaurus rhodesiensis. Its name translates to big dead lizard from Rhodesia.
Awesome.
Cool.
It's from, again, about 200 million years ago. It was a small carnivore that lost its original name to a beetle. And the describers were so pissed at it, they just called it Big Dead Lizard.
Okay.
The environment it lived in was actually really rough, really dry with really distinct wet and dry seasons. And many of the specimens we have healed broken bones. So it was a survivor.
Okay, that's a good tidbit because I was originally going to rank it low because it couldn't even win a battle of naming rights against a frickin' beetle, but
Right.
running around with broken bones as a carnivore, like a herbivore can get away with that because you can limp over to the banana tree, right? But as a carnivore, you still have to catch your dinner, and to do that with broken bones, that's pretty impressive.
What did you say about beetles?
It lost its original name to a beetle.
It
was
are
originally
the most
called
successful. Hold on, they're the most successful order of organisms on the planet.
Oh no! You angered the bug person.
So I'm just saying that we all lose to beetles. All of us.
It lost the name
bacteria.
Syntarsis, which means fused tarsals, and I don't know why a beetle was called fused tarsals, considering they don't have tarsals, but it was.
That's fair.
Just to spite these guys who were doing the naming, they were like,
Why
you know
is
what, we're
there-
taking your name.
Why is it in the water though? Is it thought to have been?
It was just a cool piece of art I found, and I liked it.
Well, I think that they're size of a large dog, so I'd probably put them in like B tier.
B? Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna say Coelophysis didn't have the fluff, at least not that we know of.
It's insufficiently cute.
It probably had a little bit of fuzz, at least.
Bree's only criteria is whether it's huggable or not. That's Bree's only criteria.
I don't want it to bite my face off either, so there's a balance there. Coelophysis is big enough that they're almost human size. So
Megapnosaurus is a little smaller.
okay,
Not
we're
much,
gonna
but
go
a
with.
little.
I'm gonna B tier this sucker just to put it. B tier. That's
Okay.
me.
How about you, Ember?
I think A. I am impressed by the warrior spirit to continue on with broken bones and shit.
That is
That
pretty
is fair.
badass. It doesn't look like much, but it's like, it's got the scars to prove it, right?
They also sort
and
of
then-
hunted. They went in packs, similar to hyenas. So it was not just a predator; it was also a scavenger. So it was closer to an A.
That's been proposed for Coelophysoids, yeah.
I'm actually Ember has persuaded me a little bit because I'm picturing this guy on the boat in Jaws showing scars with the rest of them.
Yeah. I think I'll change to A if they are a pack predator because that's powerful, right?
Oh yeah. And it
is
leads to the
possible
development of
they did
social
at the
dynamics.
At the very least, its relative Coelophysis definitely lived in large colonies. So even if they didn't
Where would
pack
you bump
together,
it up
they
to,
lived
Bree?
together.
The reason why they thought they hunted in packs is because of the ability to actually live long enough for their bones to heal.
Yeah, A tier.
Yeah, that could be.
A tier? Okay.
A tier.
Bree's bumping up
Are
as
we
well. Yeah, I'm with you,
always?
Bree. I'm with you.
Yeah, we're consistently
Oh.
A tier on this.
We already
Survivor.
have an A. The Survivor,
Survivor.
the big dead lizard.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
It's the fact being it could eat almost anything. It was a group hunter, they believe, because it actually healed. It survived long enough to heal, because a solo predator wouldn't be able to do that.
And I gotta
Yeah.
agree about this paleo art piece too. It's like lit.
Yeah, it's a all of the art that I could find sources for are sourced. So this is by Plio Art, I think on DeviantArt, but I could be wrong. All right. Well, the big dead lizard has been ranked. So up next, we have Scorpio Venator, boosting Yori.
That's a cool name.
In other words, boosting Yori's scorpion hunter. It lived about 95 million years ago and was a large carnivore. And it was named for all the scorpions that were all over the dig site. It's known for an almost complete skeleton, missing only parts of the tail and arms. And it was probably lightly armored, like most other abelisaurids.
So it's a large carnivore and armored. Lightly armored, so it still moves fast-ish.
About 20 feet long, I think, for Scorpio.
And it's named after, and it's got that badass name. That's like a totally metal name. Well, maybe not the second part, but the first part is Scorpio.
Boosting Gory.
Boosting Gory. That's not too bad. Yeah.
If you pronounce it slightly differently, then it'd be Busting Gorily.
Busting Gory.
Oh, that's a hazard right there.
I'm S tier. This is
It's
my
like
first.
it's like Scorpio Benedict kick your assius, like.
Yes. You want to ride this guy into battle, don't you?
Yeah, that's exactly it. He's a battle mount.
Stephanie, the ages come from
You're
bracketing
20 feet. That's
igneous
because it's not
provinces.
too big. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
To get dates, we use bracketing dating from igneous provinces.
Stephanie in Mark's chat is asking how we dated 95 million years.
Well, you bring 95 million years flowers, and then you compliment 95 million years haircut, and then you ask 95 million years out.
So we have one S from Bree. Ember, how about you?
I'm going with A. It's damn cool, but it doesn't quite reach that thrilling peak experience.
Doesn't have that
It's
extra
got a plus
spice.
2 to armor, though. Or what's
It's
plus
true.
1 to
It's
armor?
true.
Plus
Is it a
2 on a
plus 1?
scale of up to 10. Lightly armored.
It wouldn't have been the pinnacle predator, so it would be more
True,
likely
it was
closer
not
to
an
a
apex
B.
predator.
Yeah.
Okay. Mark, how about you?
I like this guy. I probably will put it in a A.
A? Okay.
Kind of looks like Fang from Primal, too.
I think I would go B2, which averages out to a low A. So Scorpio Venator is a second A.
A?
Hey.
Alrighty.
Nobody's hit an F tier yet, though.
Not yet. Pegomastax got close.
Yeah. What is E tier? I've never seen one of these with an E tier.
And I guess we don't really need that one.
Depending on the radioactive material
that
you
looks a
use,
bit
can
better.
go back to billions of years.
There we go.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Beamsy, just maybe when you're addressing stuff in chat, it might be a good idea to disclose that first.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just otherwise that just kind of interjects right in the conversation.
What's happening?
Stephanie states the radiometric dating goes back millions of years. Lol. Radiometric dating can give you hundreds of years, thousands of years, even up to billions of years.
Oh yeah, the decay chain for
isotope,
uranium is freaking ridiculous.
It all depends on what radioactive material you're using.
Yeah. And I have Mark's chat pulled up on my phone. Wilberforce actually has a good analogy. A works, not an apex, but ridiculously dangerous, like a leopard.
Yeah,
that works.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Ridiculously dangerous, but not quite supreme.
Right. Next is Stegosaurus ungulatus. the hoofed and roofed reptile. It lived about 150 million years ago and was a large herbivore. It lost its head in Disney's Fantasia and possessed an armored throat. Yet, it was actually lightly built for its size. We know that now because we finally found a pretty complete specimen.
And it had 2 brain cases.
Yeah, that's right.
not
They have the
exact- not
secondary
exactly a
brain, don't they?
Not exactly a secondary brain, more like just a large clump of nerves.
Details.
But it was still in a brain case. That's why I said it had 2 brain cases.
Enlargement in the pelvis, but
Was it above the cloaca or below the cloaca?
Was it thinking with its
above the
cloaca?
I just want to
anyway,
know if it's shit on its brain or
No, this is an S, and this is before I even remembered with Beebsy's prompting that there was a second frickin' brain in this thing. It's an herbivore. It's peaceful by nature, but it's unfucking killable. I mean, it's got defensive weapons in its tail. It's got the frickin' spinal spikes. It's got an armored throat. I mean, you just cannot do better than this with a land animal, you know?
no, I can kind of agree. Like, let's say in a 1v1 fight, I would agree with you. But I feel like it would be very vulnerable to pack or mob hunting. Because the tail is all the way, over there, but its head is on the other side. And
That's why it
Can I
needs the
just-
to be
second
flanked,
brain.
Can I just interject that an armored throat doesn't do a lot of good if your tiny head fits inside most predators' mouths?
yeah, that's true. It's just a neat little factoid.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
T-Rex
I
comes along
agree.
and chomp.
I agree.
Can I just say
I
that
agree with you,
Stego is-
Ember, in a 1v1, but in any other situation, I feel like it could lose pretty easily.
I don't know.
Do they live
Or-
in herds, do we think?
We don't have enough data to say for sure.
We have group nesting sites for stegosaurids, though, right? I believe
Do
we
we
do.
swords?
Not for stegosaurus, but I think we have stegosaurids. I don't know which species. Let me
That-
see.
yeah,
I would
that's
rate
an
that one an
excellent
S
point.
tier.
Because
That werewolf I would rate an S tier. Quite
Oh, for
frankly.
sure,
That's
for sure.
horrifying. Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, if they did move in herds, that renders the pack hunting point moot.
At least BBC here says there are no known stegosaur nests or eggs.
For stegosaurus. Group
It just says
nesting.
stegosaur.
Is it talking about the species?
It just
I
says
know that there's
stegosaur
Or something? It was the Isle of Wight,
or
right?
stegosaurus. BBC Science Focus. Yada yada whatever.
You just agreed to sell your soul. This is how,
Yeah,
how
I-
BBC
good
gets all
luck
their
finding
goodies.
it. You
Yeah.
gotta find it first. Oh, right. Something I should probably mention. We have an Allosaurus that appears to have been stabbed in the crotch by a Stegosaurus tail.
Aim for the femoral artery.
And we all love the Thagomizer.
The literal crotch.
Yeah, the
Wow.
2 other things that you might find interesting. The muscle connections on their plates made them so they can actually flex them up and down. So they could actually go down to 90 degrees and back up again.
Ooh.
So
Dude,
what
the
you're
muscles-
saying? Hold on. So what you're saying is they can flap them?
Yes.
I would request a source for that, Beamsy. I've never heard of that.
Give me a second, I'll give you that source. And the other thing is they can
So-
almost bend in half, and they believe that they actually use the tail as a spear, and they could actually jut it past their head.
How do we know these guys couldn't fly with their flapping dragons? They're dragons, right?
Well,
Yeah,
shit, Howard
that's
should have
right.
pulled these guys up.
Yeah.
Especially with Beamsy's new news that they could flap those. Yeah.
Oh, for crying out loud. Anyway, so I would probably go for a high B myself. How about you?
I'd
Ray?
probably just go for B. Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
Mark
go
B.
with that. Again, I was never impressed by stegosaurs with their tiny heads. They seemed like the the big walking meat piles. I'm gonna go with the C tier on this because they definitely are survivors, and I wouldn't want to get thagomized, but yeah.
Okay, Beamsy, how about you? You could drag it up or down depending on how you want to go.
I would actually put it as a D because they're interesting, but I don't think they were that interesting.
Oh my.
I'm
Sounds
sorry
like we
to all
might
this.
have our first B tier then.
The Stego haters, Stego lovers out there are going to be, upset. Don't be triggered by Beamsy's Stego hate.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, honestly, if they were still around today, I'd be the first one lining up for a steak.
They do look like
I have a feeling you'd eat just about any dinosaur steak, Ember, from how you've talked
Absolutely. I tried
These
at
were
least twice.
These
Okay,
were the
I'm gonna just
Bozos
level
of their
with you.
day, right?
I'm probably just rating them how I find them in Ark, to be honest with you, like seriously.
Yeah, I'm
That's
not surprised.
basically what I'm doing.
I mean, in fairness, you have, even though it's simulated, it's still actual experience with these creatures, whereas we're just going by what paleontology has told us,
Can you ride this?
Hypothetically, maybe.
No, in Ark, yes.
Oh.
Where do you sit?
Like in between the plates.
Yeah, Arcstegosaurus, I think, has the plates in pairs, so you sit between two of the pairs.
They aren't staggered.
I don't think they are.
No, I don't.
Arcstegosaurus is weird anyway. It has 6 thagomizers.
Anyway, I do have to go, so I've got to cut it early here. I do have a interview with Sky Out coming up, so that should be something. Sky Out's and pre-sup, I think.
Fun.
So that should be an interesting conversation, but hopefully it should be nice, and we can have a chat and see what's what. But thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us, Mark.
Yeah, good to
if
see you.
anyone wants to continue listening, feel free to hop on either Ember or my stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Go to Ember or go to Dr. Dino or Brie. Are you simulcasting at the moment?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, yeah, just go over there and we can. Actually, I'll grab those links for you. Just 1 second. So you've got all the choices in the world.
Just send them to Docs because Doc is so close to 100. Sure. We gotta push.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. There's the link to Dr. Dino's stream if you'd rather see that. But I've got an interview coming up. So thank you so much, everybody. I've really enjoyed it. It was awesome. But I gotta shoot.
Yeah. See you later.
Lots of fun. See you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, as of right this moment, Doc is at 99 subscribers.
Wait, really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I am at 99. Huh. Well, I mean, this wouldn't be a bad 100 stream, I guess.
Yeah. So if you're not subscribed to Doc, if you're in my chat, there's a link to Doc's channel pinned to the top of the chat. If you're not subscribed, just hop on over, push that button. You'll make.
Wait, I'm at 100. Mm-hmm. I am at 100.
Woo! Da da da.
Hey, honey, I'm famous on the internet. She has headphones on. She can't hear me.
There's 2 different ones you can actually read through. It's where they believe that the plates were used for displays rather than defense or for heat loss. They're a long read.
Shiver.
Kind of, but they believe that they could actually flex them up and down in a display.
Well, I'll definitely read through this later because if that is really cool.
Wrap your head around this. These guys were like giant pangolins of their day.
And it's actually funny. We were just talking about Ark. In Ark, you can make them change the orientation of their plates to do different functions. Because you can use your dinosaurs to harvest materials. One's good for harvesting berries for food. Another's good for harvesting wood for fire. And another is good for harvesting thatch, usually for building.
Thatch.
I love a good thatching in the morning.
Anyway, our next dinosaur is Amargasaurus kazowi.
Kazowi!
Or Kazau's reptile from La Amarga. This dinosaur lived about 120-ish million years ago and was a large herbivore. It was one of the fairly few short-necked sauropods and had a unique set of neck spines. And we have no idea if they were covered in spikes or scales. Maybe it was both, as you can see here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to call this a B tier.
B?
Nice, big, hulky theropod. Yeah. Short
Yeah,
neck, spiky.
Yeah, for reference, it's about 30 feet long, so the animal would have been about elephant-sized.
Ooh.
Which, small for a sauropod, but, still one of the largest animals ever because dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
It probably would have weighed less than an elephant, though.
I don't know what the weight estimate is. Maybe a bit less than a bull elephant, but probably more than a cow.
They got all them air sacs and stuff.
True.
That's more to do with their breathing than their weight.
But it does also have the effect of making them weigh less, though.
Possibly.
A little bit, at least.
They don't actually know the outcome of actually having that for their distribution of mass. Because the more effective air passage probably allows for larger muscles, which in turns larger mass.
Also means easier to get heat out, easier to fuel all your cells. Avian respiratory systems are really freaking efficient, and they're really good. You mammals are really missing out.
It's true.
Yeah, stupid
with your
mammal.
weird sack lungs.
Yes, but I agree with Bree that it would be a B tier.
Yeah, fair. Like maybe strong against anything smaller, but not really against anything its size or larger.
Right. It is very comparable to Stegosaurus, probably in the ecological niche that it's filling based on its
Yeah, maybe.
mid browser.
Yeah, sort of. How about you, Ember? What do you think?
I'm thinking low C. I'm just not super impressed. I don't see like tremendous attack, defense, survivability. I'm getting the vibe that this is like a reproduction. Like they do the rabbit thing. They know a bunch of them are going to get eaten by predators, so they just make more.
That's what a lot of sauropods did.
Yeah.
Actually, the survivability is probably a good point. Like it would have needed a lot of food for its size.
And they're usually herd animals with the sauropods.
True. And we do actually have evidence for that with a lot of their trackways. Some species would have been age segregated. Others would have just been everyone going together. And actually, fun fact, a lot of juvenile sauropods ran on their hind legs to keep up with their parents.
Okay.
Especially in the species in the Jurassic period.
Mm-hmm.
The fact they had a speed boost, that's pretty cool.
Sure. I'd probably go B myself, so I think that averages out to a low B. Or thereabouts.
Seems that way.
Right. Then hoping Bree can still hear me. If not, this might be just a three of us choosing.
Yeah, it sounded like a phone call, but who knows how long it'll be.
I hope she gets back soon, because we're talking about one of her favorite dinosaurs next.
F.
This is Psittacosaurus. And I did not name a species because it has over 12 recognized species. They lived for over 25 million years. They were small herbivores and one of the most successful non-avian dinosaurs ever. We have hundreds of them, many so well preserved, we know what they look like down to the color and the cloaca, as you can see here.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. And
Dino
why do you
porn.
say F, Beamsy?
It was a matter of outbreed the ones that are being eaten.
Well, yes, but apparently it worked for 25 million years.
That is a pretty good record.
idea.
So, we've discussed these critters before on other streams. They're cuddly looking. They're kind of pet like, but they have those weird cheek spikes that makes it like they'd stab you if they turned their head too fast. I
Yep.
still have no idea what the hell is up with that patch of grass on their tails.
But when in doubt, display feature.
They
Who
got
the
some grass
fuck
on the
knows?
ass.
Maybe it was a radio transmitter array, right? Maybe they were telepathic and that's how they did it. I don't know. I have internal pluses and minuses. I'm just kind of averaging them out to a B myself.
Fair. Just like, as far as I can see, no attack, no defense. I think they're absolutely adorable. And they, again, one of the most successful non-avian dinosaurs, that should say genre, not species, I said now, but ever. Like, whatever they were doing, it worked. Even if it was just outbreeding their carnivores.
Runaway is a very effective survival strategy. And also worth noting, if anybody is particularly bad at hiding from their predators, there's a shortage of fossils because they were all eaten.
True. And yet we have hundreds of specimens. I should add, near complete to complete specimens, not just an isolated bone or two. Of that, we have thousands.
Sorry, had a call.
We
That's okay.
saw.
We're on your favorite dinosaur.
Yes, that's my little puppy. That's an S-tier dinosaur. That's going to come sit on my lap.
Okay, so we have an F, an S, and a B. So I guess I'm the tiebreaker.
Yep, this one's on you, Doc.
Well, Bray and me cancel out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so cute.
I think I'd go with B too, but I think I'd go top of B.
And the fun thing about this too
Just
is
because of how
that you get to-
successful they were.
that you get to we know what it would feel like to have sex with this animal.
And
damn
moving
it,
on to the
Bree.
next dinosaur.
Well, I think we've now discovered what those handlebars are for.
Meet Torosaurus latus of the derived ceratopsids. Its name translates to wide something reptile. It lived right at the end of the age of dinosaurs and was a large herbivore, and we actually do not know what its name means. It could stem from the Latin word toreo, meaning to perforate or stab, or from Marsh using the Latin word for, or using the Spanish word for bull, toro, instead of the Latin word taurus. He literally never translated the name. Also, sorry, Jack Horner, it's not just an old Triceratops.
Yeah, I mean,
Jack
this
Horner
is
has,
clearly derived from bullfighting because of the frickin' horns, right?
And also, yeah, just dude here for scale. Like, this thing is massive.
Yeah, and it is its frill is got the holes in it, right? It's got the
Yes.
so just make it a little bit lighter.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
I think also to add a little bit of muscle attachment to the neck to help hold it up, but I could be wrong on that.
Okay, that's an interesting.
Oh,
assessment.
yeah, I'd always wondered what that neck shield thing was actually for.
Oh, ceratopsians had massive neck muscles. Like, seriously beefy. In fact,
Which
we have
makes
evidence
sense
that there
because
was-
they're clearly weapons, right? Just like with bulls
Oh, yeah.
today, you know?
Yeah, in fact, ceratopsids actually have a special joint, or the neck, or the joint between their neck and their head is very specialized. It can swivel like a ball and socket joint. Like, its head was as mobile as your arm is.
That's impressive. So they were kind of like ground owls. They were made of death and very maneuverable.
Oh yeah, they were also built like wrestlers, so they could wheel and they could turn super quick and then just smash upwards with the horn or something.
How
And
about
don't forget herding.
ceratopsid nesting? Oh, go ahead.
And don't forget herding.
Herding.
Some ceratopsids, yes. I'm not sure for Torosaurus in particular. Or actually, I think. Let me double check.
That's just trippy. The size of those freaking tusks on that giant ass skull. Muscle and bone. These guys were built to take down fucking castles.
That's the eyebrows, right? It's like that's like if your eyebrows decided to just freaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So Torosaurus is oddly rare compared to Triceratops, and that might indicate they were solitary.
Well, they also lived towards the end of things, right? Like they ran out of time. Like
Well,
many
so
of the
did
other...
Triceratops.
Well, yeah.
Well, they could have been like the wood bison and plains bison. You know, wood bisons live in smaller herds or smaller family groups. Or they could have the males live in bachelor groups and the females live in family groups, things like that.
Maybe
with lone males.
But, regardless,
that's what.
Okay. Or I would put this as my S tier.
Yeah, I'm heading towards S2 because I see the only real threat to these guys is mating rituals where they fight each other.
Or multiple T-Rex. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say even a Tyrannosaur would not... I can't see it wanting to go head-to-head with an adult, like, bull Torosaurus, right?
We do have evidence that T-Rex at least preyed on Triceratops. Like, preyed on, as in killed. None for Torosaurus, as far as I know.
I'm going with A tier on this.
A? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If it's hurting, definitely an S. But if it's not hurting, it would be an A. So that's about
okay. Ember, do you have a...
Yeah, still S.
Still S?
So we're 2S, 2A, but the second A is contingent on whether it hurts or not. So now we have to figure it out.
No.
I would say top of A.
But we could have an S, though.
It's a bottom S or top A. That's...
You know what? I will flip a coin. I have a coin.
Hey, wait! Isn't your girlfriend there?
Yeah, I would actually.
We could poll the chat. Do you have poll options?
Ooh, I'm not sure how to set it up on StreamYards. Can I on StreamYards?
No, you have to do it on your YouTube page.
Go to YouTube. Go to your YouTube live stream.
Okay.
And then there's like a circle with a plus sign on it. So
I see.
I'm looking pretty
Start
tonight.
a poll.
Look at that.
Okay.
I keep forgetting that the polls are there.
Okay. S tier, yes or no, chat? Go ahead and decide.
Okay, now we got to give them a couple of minutes.
Do I vote? Do I vote in the live chat?
You're voting on the panel. We have one no.
Breeze tried to commit
while this
fraud.
goes, we have been going for about 3 hours now. Now might be a good time for a quick bio break, drink refill, all that good stuff. And we'll see when we come back.
All right, that's probably a good call.
All right. See y'all soon. All right. I am returned. We'll see whenever everyone else gets back here. In the
Well-
meantime, how are we doing tonight, chat? How are y'all?
In accordance to John Scanella, they actually are thinking that the Torosaurus is a Triceratops.
Okay, counterpoint, no.
Yeah, Marsh says they aren't, and yeah, there's a big argument about it.
Okay, who was the co-author on that first paper? On the S paper? Or were there any co-authors?
Scanella and Horner.
Yep. Okay, that's the original paper. Okay, there's a YouTube channel called The Skeleton Crew who does a lot of stuff about dinosaurs. Recently did an episode on Torosaurus. At least according to them, Horner and co. did a problem with their math estimates, with their modeling. So they had Torosaurus as both an in-group and an out-group in an analysis of Torosaurus and Triceratops that heavily biased the results.
That doesn't help.
Nope. Also, Horner was pushing that Torosaurus was an old Triceratops, like, the fully mature specimen. Problem being, one, Triceratops could get larger than Torosaurus, and second, we do have a juvenile Torosaurus.
Ah, so that claim has already been debunked. So, yeah.
Yep. It was a bit of an argument for a little bit, but as soon as that baby was found and their math was analyzed, yeah, they had some issues.
Yeah,
it was part of Horner's spree of saying one dinosaur was really the juvenile of another.
What else did he do that with? There was Tyrannus and Nano Tyrannus. They were both claimed to have been juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex, right?
Just Nano Tyrannus, pretty sure, but that has actually borne out in the data. So
Yeah.
Nano Tyrannus is no longer a valid genus.
Yeah, looking at the skulls, I don't see how they could come up with Torosaurus is a Triceratops. Just
because Horner does things. Like, he's done a lot of good, don't get me wrong, but he's had a lot of really weird out there hypotheses. And I do mean weird. So his work is a massive mixed bag. So Icarus, on my channel, there is a poll for tiebreaker. And actually,
okay, mine is at 50-50.
Mine is at a no. So I guess it's A tier. All right, I'll start sharing things again. Doodly 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 doo doo doo. There we are. All right, Torosaurus. I'm going to say top of A tier. So close to greatness.
Tip top.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. I'm just going to do a quick thingy here on my end.
A thingy.
Cover your eye.
No one is chatting in my chat, so I'm swapping over to yours, Ember. It's fine.
Yeah, all the Ceratopsians are very interesting.
Oh, yeah, they're super, super interesting. I had a hard time choosing one, but I like Torosaurus, and I saw this picture, and I decided, yeah, let's go with that.
Huge.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the biggest heads in the animal kingdom.
You can't say no with a big head.
All right, Beamsy, you want to introduce this one?
Matabatasaurus. I actually have a vertebra.
Mutabasaurus. The lizard from Mutabara.
Mutabarosaurus.
It's an iguanodon.
Iguanodon.
Name meaning Langdoni's reptile from Mutabara. Lived just over 100 million years ago and was a large herbivore. Apparently, we found some of its fossils that have been opalized, and Beamsy has found one himself. It is also the official fossil of Queensland.
I am actually got a tail vertebra in my hand at the moment.
Nice.
So cool. Yeah.
All
I'm going
right.
to call this freaking A tier just because Beamsy has one in his hands. Is yours opalized too?
No.
Oh.
I would probably go with the B. I don't feel it has much in the offensive and defensive. For a mid-size... for a mid-size iguanodonted.
I mean, I wouldn't want to get punched with those. I mean, what those remind me of is like a cassowary's kick and toe on it, but they're on it.
That's fair, but this is on a dinosaur scale.
They're very much like the zebras of today.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards a C because it's not really impressive either way. It doesn't seem like especially destructible or especially potent.
Survivability and stuff, though?
Zebras are successful too. I'm just going to say that.
But lots and lots of zebras are eaten every year as well.
Yeah, but still they managed to blot out the savannah with their sheer numbers. It's wild.
And I would still put it as a C.
I think we might have our lowest B then. But up.
B tier filled up fast. We didn't have any Bs there for a while.
I mean, hey, like, this is a fairly healthy distribution so far. Like, no S's or F's yet. But we've got some that are pretty close. Up next, Borealopelta. Mark Michelli of the Ankylosaurids. Name translating to Mark Mitchell's Northern Shield. Lived about 110 million years ago and was a large herbivore. Also, we know the colors of this animal, and it was one of the most complete ankylosaurids ever found. It's also a special type of fossil known as a bloat and float, or float and bloat, meaning it died, got washed out to sea, and then sunk to the bottom.
Okay.
Lovely armored. They are very successful because they're very defensive and.
Oh yeah, like
that's how I would like to go. By the way,
dinosaurs.
What, by bloating and floating?
Float and bloat, yeah.
Burial at
And
sea
once
for
again,
Brie.
these are its actual colors. A nice red on the top and paler on the bottom. Though the spikes should be ending in dark points instead of bright ones.
But the reds on the back don't hide the blood.
So this guy, he looks exactly like... Y'all ever play a game like back in the 90s? I don't know, you might be a little too young, Doc, but back in the 90s called Primal Rage, where there's a big dude on there named...
I have played Primal Rage. I never got too far into it.
Yeah, Armoredon. That's the guy this reminds me of, with the big spikes. But he doesn't have the club on his tail.
Nope.
Not all of them do have the club.
Yeah. The club thing. I forget.
This is a particular type of ankylosaurid called a nodosaurid. They went for more shoulder armor and spikes.
So, shoulder. But Stegosaurus did both, so, I mean...
Well, I'm not sure how good of armor the plates would have been, but also, this thing was built like a pancake. Like, you could not get to its underside unless it let you.
So you have to
this is what I would call an S tier in terms of defense.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of a hedgehog.
Do we know what its cloaca looked like?
We do not have the cloaca, unfortunately.
Because we couldn't get to its underside, huh? Yeah.
We only really have the front half, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Definitely defensive, and survivability is S tier. Its attack power is D at most.
I would probably go at least a C. Like, if it could hit you, it would hurt.
Yeah, because it's like getting a shoulder check from this guy. Oh,
Mhm.
yeah, that would.
I mean,
I
like that
can't
tail
think of any.
also. That like going by other notosaurs, that tail would have been really long, and it would have hurt.
Yeah.
Like basically just like whipping a metal chain at you.
Yeah.
A
I mean, I
spike
can't think of.
flail even.
I can't think of
Yeah.
any theropod whose ankle could hold up to those shoulder spikes, though. Like a shot from them shoulder spikes. This guy's at least without the. I really like the ankylosaurs with the clubs. Notosaurs are cool and all, but I'm gonna go with C tier.
C.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going S.
Yeah,
Same.
I'm also gonna go S because like I can see a case for downranking it, but like overall performance, this thing is like taking the best parts of a honey badger and a hedgehog and fusing them.
With an armadillo.
Yeah, like it's I don't know. It's just
why
it's just a
go
crazy
so low
creature.
for C, Bree?
Well, because I wanted to honestly because when they rank ankylosaurs, I don't want them to all be up at the top.
This is the only ankylosaur.
I was ranking it among the ankylosaurs.
This is the only ankylosaur on the list.
Oh,
I had to
really?
chop it down so we wouldn't be here for 6 hours.
Oh well, then I'm gonna go with A tier on it then. If it's the only representative of ankylosaur that we have tonight.
So I
Okay.
think that means we have our first S.
Da, 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 da.
Congratulations, Borealopelta.
Yeah, and
Yay.
it's one of the most amazing fossils you'll ever see too.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Howard used it in his presentation, which
Upset us.
All right,
slightly.
can you switch over to my screen really quick, like because Shadow Freddy
sure.
asked to find a planet dinosaur Daspaltosaurus versus Chasmeosaurus.
Yeah, please.
I think I don't think this is what they're talking about. This is Jurassic World Evolution.
It's how it was spelled. So I'm like, okay. But yeah,
No,
I've
you're
got-
right. This is the species Dapper is.
Oh, is it?
No, Dapper is a Ceratosaurus.
Dapper's not a.
Well, that's some violence.
No, he's not a Displetosaurus.
I always thought he was. He's not. If he's a Ceratosaurus, wouldn't he have a nose horn?
Yeah, and
Okay.
he does.
Dapper has a nose horn?
Oh,
Yeah.
apparently I have the wrong thing.
Here, here. While you find it,
No,
yeah,
well,
here.
I mean,
This is
what I
Dapper.
got.
He's a Ceratosaurus. Oh, come on, zoom in on his. Yeah,
I see brow ridges.
yeah. There's a nose horn right there. You also see it right here. I'm not sure what species of Ceratosaurus, but he's a Ceratosaurus. Here, I'm not going to show the whole video because it's Dappers, but yeah, see,
Yeah,
nose horn.
You see it there, yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. Ta-da.
Yeah.
What?
There's
just
a
the expression on its face.
There's a Ceratosaurus in Jurassic Park 3.
Briefly, yeah. Also,
Yeah,
Ember,
but-
you are back on screen.
Yeah, that's the end of the fight. It's really, really quick.
Oh.
There's like it just roared and now it's like there.
If it was Shadow Freddy Fazbear, I think They just said something like, "It's this one."
Yeah, I'm looking in my chat and I don't see a
Do,
thing.
do they have a wrench?
No. Yeah, maybe I need to add a wrench so that they can post links.
All right. Well, while we wait for that, we can move on to our next dinosaur.
Dracorex
Stiggy
Hogwartsia.
Moloch. Nope. Stiggy Moloch Spinifer.
Close enough.
In other words, the horned demon of the river Styx.
S.
One of the most badass names ever. It's from the end of the Cretaceous and was a mid-sized herbivore. It might be a junior synonym of Pachycephalosaurus, though I have heard rumors that might be getting overturned.
This
It
is
would have used
another
its skull
one.
as a... What was that?
So this is another one, like you said, where it could be a different age group. But yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Could be, but like I said, I have heard rumors that could be getting overturned. So for now, I'm just not sure. But its skull would have been used as a battering ram, and it would have been fast, agile, and powerful.
Fun fact and some Brie lore, if you want to have it, this was the first toy dinosaur I had.
Oh, cool.
Ooh.
Well, it would have been, I mean, I guess I'm talking about Pachycephalosaurus, though. Mine looked more like a Stygimoloch, had all the horns and stuff. But yeah.
Also, like, shout out to Diagostini. I love this art. Like, it's freaking awesome.
Yeah. Really gives him like the Stag of the Wild kind of look, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's just like, you fucked up. Run.
Yeah, evil looking, but got the plants in its beak. Like I'm just having a salad. All right, now we should have the right linky thing.
Oh. Okay.
I'm having a salad now, and you're next.
Yes. Here's our top said critter in the center, and then I'll
from 11 years ago. It looks like it's from 11 years ago.
Isn't it amazing how fast our tech goes? Look at
I know. I
Prehistoric
rewatched
Planet.
like the first Toy Story a while back, and I was like, "What the hell?"
Okay, I can agree with that to an extent, but Walking with Dinosaurs looked better than this, and it was over 20 years ago.
Jurassic Park looked better than this.
Jurassic Park looks better than most movies today.
Yeah.
I'm just like, look at the size of these freaking trees.
I don't think that's accurate for the environment. And I'm having a lot of problems with this.
At least their hands aren't pronated, like wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of the expected ending. When you've got a whole pack of speedy boys after you, you're in bad shape. But
it would be, yeah.
I don't know. I just I feel like that head plate would actually like connect or something. It wouldn't just leave the neck all exposed like that. I don't know though.
We're not 100% certain. We are leaning towards it would have left the neck exposed. Just because otherwise the head wouldn't have been very mobile at all.
Which the ball
wouldn't
joint
have been very mobile. Yeah, like to make use of that special joint, it had to be unattached.
That's a good point, because I have seen critters where the neck muscles go all the way up to the base of the skull, but they don't have much head mobility. It's just reinforcement. Yep. So yeah,
Sasquatch are like that.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, back to Stygimoloch. So Ember says S. I would say A. Like the only thing I think it's lacking in is defense.
I'm saying S.
S.
That's purely
Beansy,
because
how
of the
about
name.
you?
I'll go with A as well.
It doesn't need defense when it looks that badass. It just stares at the carnivores.
It's
like,
nostalgia for me, so that what was that third category with the coolness of it. This was like the
Fair.
guy that I had, like I would butt his head
Fair.
against everything. Yeah.
Ooh. How about A, but above or below Torosaurus?
I'd say it's below Torosaurus.
All right. So still high A. Still
Like
really,
if we-
really good.
And if we drop the Torosaurus and the Stiggy Moloch in a pit together, I think the Torosaurus would win.
Maybe.
I don't know if they actually fight each other. They might
If
just
you
be
did-
like, hey,
Can't say for
pass
sure.
the ranch dressing, you know?
Depends on how aggressive they would both be, but they could not. Some herbivores will fight, some won't. Just depends. Oh, okay, but go away, Beam. Or whatever that is. All right, next. Shantungosaurus giganteus. The gigantic reptile from Shandong. From the end of the Cretaceous, it was a large herbivore and one of, if not the largest, non-sauropod dinosaur. It was so big adults might not have had natural predators.
Well, that's one way to be survivable.
Uh-huh.
Just outgrow your enemies.
What lived in the biome with it?
I think it might have shared its environment with Tarbosaurus, but I could be wrong on that.
It right up towards the end too. So who knows what would have happened after
Like-
this?
Like when I say these things are massive, I mean massive. Like weight estimates for them put them at over 15 tons.
Yeah, like sauropod size.
It's a lot of mass. Yeah,
They are sauropod size, but denser.
And with like a log for a tail, like you get
Oh,
hit. Could, yeah,
just a tree for a tail.
yeah.
we
Like
can
just
get
by size
some
alone.
sense of scale from that fence around the display. We can't say for sure,
Yeah.
but often fences are between 3 and 4 feet high in that kind of display. So
Yeah.
call it 3 feet. Those things are just titanic.
Yeah, this is probably about a good picture.
There we go.
Yeah. For reference, this is it versus the largest hadrosaur in North America, because these things are from China. So these are Edmontosaurus. These are what T-Rex hunted. And this is Shantungosaurus.
And then Montosaurus is famously the one that's as long as a bus. You know, that's the way that they always
Yeah.
put it in the kids' books and stuff. So this guy's at least 20% longer, and maybe almost twice as heavy.
Just gigantic. So, what are we thinking?
A.
A?
Very impressive. Not as impressive, but very impressive.
I mean, I think the only thing it would have had to fear was food.
when the food attacks back.
This is something that I think would have still had survivors today if it hadn't been for the PKG extinction, right?
Yeah, just nothing kill it.
I'm thinking this is an S tier, pending that it was able to survive, or its descendants were able to survive ice ages and things. I think it would still be alive today.
At that size, I wouldn't be surprised, actually.
Yeah, there's got to be some endothermy going on there, right? Something that big.
Yeah, they were warm-blooded.
Yeah.
How about you, Beamsy? What do you think?
We seem to have misplaced our Beamsy again.
Oh no, not the. Oh no, he actually popped out. Oh dear.
And then headed off. So it's the three of us settling this now. At least we won't have to worry about ties, right?
Yeah, I guess. I'm gonna go A. So I guess high A again. High, maybe top of A, honestly. It won't let me put it. There we go. Wouldn't let me dethrone Torosaurus. It just said no.
Which is fair.
All right. Up next, Alamosaurus sanjuanensis, the reptile from the Ojo Alamo Formation in San Juan County. It is a complicated name.
Yep.
Once again, from the end of the Cretaceous, ecological niche, force of nature. It is the only titanosaur known from North America and one of the largest dinosaurs ever. It was a contemporary of T-Rex, as you can see here, Edmontosaurus, and Torosaurus.
This is
Cool.
my S tier right here. These guys, sauropods. Once they reach sauropod stature, again, another clade that I think would still be stomping the earth if it hadn't been for that stupid meteor. And then I wouldn't have to be a human. I could be a little dinosaur guy. Yeah.
Icarus puts it well. Is that a kaiju?
Yes, I do believe that qualifies as a kaiju.
Yeah, living kaiju.
If that little chicken in that image is a full-grown T-Rex, that's a goddamn kaiju.
That is basically to scale, yes.
And he looks like he's not impressed with that T-Rex at all.
The only thing I will say, at that size, you're going to be very vulnerable to changes in your environment. Like, you need peak food production in order to maintain your size.
Yep.
And if you lose much of
eat
your
an
mass, you
entire
just won't be
forest.
able to move around.
I wonder if sauropods would have been able to adapt to survive on like a mammoth steppe type of environment. If they've been left to their devices.
I mean, hypothetically, maybe. We know some sauropods did eat grass. But just with how tough, at least most modern grasses are, I'm not sure.
Well, there was
'Cause
probably
they
some
require
kind
a
of
lot of
bamboo
energy
equivalent,
to
right?
digest.
Because bamboo
I don't
grows
know.
tall and wicked fast.
Potentially. I don't know when bamboo evolved.
That'd be cool if there was bamboo eating sauropods.
Yeah, it doesn't
You know
even
what?
need
I
to
can
be
look it
actual
up.
bamboo, just an analog, you know? Like there's a vine. It's an invasive species in the southern U.S. Kudzu, maybe?
Kudzu.
Yeah, like even a kudzu growth would,
Yeah.
it grows so fast that you could, whatever you ate yesterday would grow back today.
Yeah, Google says between 30 and 40 million years ago
What's that? That's the
for bamboo.
Paleogene.
Yep. Paleo bamboo. Yeah. Like, again, I feel everything about it is S, except for its dependence on an
I don't think
perfect
that's enough to drag it down. I mean, if you have to have a world-ending catastrophe to take them down.
Maybe that's why there was the catastrophe. It was the only way to wipe these guys out.
Yeah. Jesus was like, "Hey guys, you got to get out of here. Go! I'm doing something in here." And they looked at Jesus just like that guy's looking at the T-Rex right now, and
I mean, I guess I could be convinced for a low S.
Well, I mean, the thing of it is, even if they had a high dietary requirement, they lived, 4 million years, and the only thing that stopped them was the end of their era. So they clearly had it managed somehow.
Yeah.
If they lived today, we'd have a lot more deserts, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
we'd have a whole different meat industry.
That's true. Do you think, as big as they are, do you think humans could even, convert them into livestock? Do that partial domestication that we did with bovines?
No. It would require way too much. Like, we're talking tons of food a day for one animal when these things lived in herds.
I'm just thinking about, I don't think our trees grow tall enough anymore to build a fence for them.
Not really. All right, fine. Fine. S tier. The living force of nature.
You can put it below the ankylosaur. Or notosaur, sorry.
Okay. Like, I would say yes, only because of survivability. Because this thing wouldn't have to move fast. It wouldn't have to expend much calories. Just slowly nom.
Mm-hmm.
Alamosaurus would not want to step on that Notosaurus either.
It'd be like stepping on a Lego.
Yes.
All right, up next.
Sauropods had pretty tough feet, though. They really did.
True. Also, really weird feet.
But they think our feet were weird too, though.
That's true.
If you
our
showed
feet
your foot
are
to a
weird.
Freaking
fused tarsals and arches and shit. What is going on?
Look, by just animal standards, sauropod feet are really freaking weird.
Yeah, but human feet are pretty far up there on the list of weird foot adaptations. They're pretty...
Okay, but imagine if our entire species subjected themselves to foot binding. That's what a sauropod did. While also not having any fingers, just metacarpals.
Yeah, it's like walking on this part of its foot, isn't that? Like that's what touches the ground, and all this is gone.
Yep, just knuckle. Just
all
knuckle.
This.
No fingers, nothing.
Walking on this, and there's it's columnus, and there's 3, right? 3 fingers, but there's not.
I think most Titanosaurs had all 5. Carpals.
Okay.
Anyway, up next we have Allosaurus jimadseni, or Jim Madson's different reptile. So this was a large carnivore during the Jurassic, and one of them, Big Al, was absolutely covered in healed injuries, though he was finally brought down by a foot infection.
Well, that's mean.
Yeah, all the injuries you see up here, he had broken tailbones, he had a kink in his tail, he had broken ribs, he had broken hands. I think he had skull injuries, and then what finally did him in was an infection that destroyed one of his toes.
I actually got something I want to share with you. I'm looking for it here because I made a thing about Allosaurus a while back. Give me just a minute.
Icarus says he did step on a Lego.
Yeah, finally.
That's what does it for all of us in the end.
The thing is, like, it's not just Big Al. Like, so many Allosaurus have all of these injuries, and they just somehow survived.
Yeah, like, they're freaking tanks, right?
Practically unkillable.
Yeah, they're super tough. They're so like the fact we have so many fossils shows they had mega survivability because they there were shit tons of them, right?
Yep, and they were the most common carnivore we have preserved in their ecosystem. Like, just
so they're not the biggest, they're not the scariest, but they're stupid successful.
Yes. Okay, Bree has something to show.
Yes. You don't want me to play it?
Oh, yep, from a Dinosaur Revolution. And yeah.
Sorry, could you guys hear that?
No.
Very, very faintly.
Okay,
I figured the sound was just off to avoid possible copyright issues.
Hold on. No, it shouldn't have any copyright. It's something I made, so. The song I didn't like perform the song or anything, but it's not like a real version of it. Let me try again. Maybe this way.
Bree, do you have jellyfish in a lava lamp?
Yeah.
Just checking.
Try that.
Oh, right. I have to approve that thing. No, that's me. That's you.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down.
Yeah.
You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down.
Absolutely beat the shit out of it.
He makes a whiskey drink, he makes a vodka drink, he makes a lager drink, he makes a cider drink. He sings songs that remind him of the good times, sings songs that remind him of the bad times. Oh, Donny boy, Donny boy, Donny boy. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down.
Okay, that one didn't survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right.
So he frequently had bad days.
Well-
Every day was a bad day, but it kept living and killing.
It's
And,
like
like,
Allosaurus is the favorite punching bag of paleo artists. It's crazy.
But the thing is, they live through almost everything. So, just S tier for survivability and defensiveness, just because it wouldn't die.
It's the motherfucking Allosaurus, yo. Yeah. I'm gonna give Allosaurus A tier.
I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Just
I'm good with A
unkillable
overall.
while also being a decent predator itself.
He's a badass.
I'd say near the big dead lizard.
Yeah. We got a lot of A-listers.
Yeah, I mean, hey, dinosaurs are pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, up next, Meraxes gigas, the Queen's giant dragon.
Oh, Howard was right.
Lived about 95 million years ago, and as you can see, was a large carnivore. It was named for a dragon from A Song of Ice and Fire. And the specimen we have was probably over 40 years old when it died, possibly up to 50.
Okay.
Goodness.
So the skulls look vaguely Tyrannosaur-ish.
They're a Carcharodontosaurid.
A lot
There were
narrower.
there were two major lineages of massive predators. T-Rex was in one, and Carcharodontosaurids were in the other. Not counting Spinosaurids.
Mhm.
So their skulls were narrower, and they had the
Mhm.
arch at the top of the skull. So they thought they have a pretty decent bite force, but nothing compared to like a T-Rex.
Yeah, these guys were built for shredding, not cutting, not slashing, shredding anything they put their mouth on. Like when we say like a dinosaur's teeth are like steak knives, no, these teeth were actual freaking steak knives. Like
Yeah,
full on
really.
huge serrations, long as your hand. Like
Okay, I see why they considered them dragons, because it kind of. I'm
Mhm.
remembering Tolkien's description of Smaug, with teeth like daggers and shit.
yeah,
Man, I am so
they also
jealous.
likely hunted sauropods. Actually,
I'm so jealous that you got to read The Lord of the Rings before the movies came out.
I still haven't seen the Hobbit movies. I did see the Lord of the Rings ones, but
I mean,
yeah.
from what I've heard, like casting for the Lord of the Rings was pretty dang spot on. So if you go back to read the books with the characters from the movies in mind, you're in pretty good stead. That's what I've heard.
Yeah. Character wise, they're all pretty decent. It's just it's the missing characters people get pissed off about.
True, but to be fair, the movies were already 4 hours long.
There's
And-
always time for Tom Bombadil, goddammit.
Wow, I actually forgot the name of the director. Who directed Lord of the Rings?
Peter
Peter Jackson.
Jackson.
Thank you. It's late. My brain died. Yeah, Peter Jackson already had to cut them down to 4 hours and still had leftover footage for the home releases.
I don't know. Personally, I think the Barrow Down scene is like one of the coolest things in all of literature because it's so fucking creepy. I love it.
Introducing the Barrow Whites would have been an interesting dynamic too to have as antagonists in the first half instead of just focusing on the ring wraiths too. Having like
Yeah, I think I can see from a story production side, especially for a movie, you want to keep your plot fairly simple and straightforward. Adding that there's another source of evil that isn't the focus of this story, it could be a little too much for a modern movie. But I'd rather have had it than not.
when you give it lips like that, I might want to boop its snoot.
Oh, the Meraxes? That's a very, very dangerous boop.
It would be worth it though.
Oh, that's cool.
This is going to be an S tier too, isn't it?
Once again, well, actually, I don't think it has quite as much in the defensive area. Here, just a second.
Well, sheer size is in its favor, isn't it? This guy was.
Yeah, but size
absolutely
isn't all that
massive.
matters.
Well, for a predator, I think there's a maximum size that's going to benefit you. For prey, yeah, you can keep going up until nothing can mess with you. But for a predator, there's going to be.
Meraxes was about at the maximum you could get.
So this is like, as far as predators go, as big as you're going to find them. This guy, T-Rex, Spinosaurus. What else? There's one more. Who am I not thinking of?
Tyrannosaurus, Spinosaurus. I think you hit the major groups.
Giganotosaurus.
They're very closely related to Meraxes.
Yeah.
They're in the same tribe. Oh. Yep, Meraxes and Giganotosaurus.
Okay.
And Meraxes is a very, very recent addition, and I love the name, so I had it.
They have a little one of them's from Madagascar too, right? Majungasaurus.
That isn't a belly sword, not a Carcharodontosaurus. Carcharodontosaurus is from North Africa.
I'm having wrench-related issues on my stream.
Oh yeah, I see that.
My original solution was just to give Icarus a wrench too. I think a wrench makes you immune to timeout, but I don't know.
Anyway, I would say an A, just because I don't feel like it has it in the defense department or in survivability, because carnivores especially very dependent on food sources. Like an herbivore can just eat unideal plant matter and survive for a bit. Carnivores need meat.
It's true.
Especially ones this size. So I would say mid-A.
I'm leaning towards B, and only because of the George R.R. Martin reference. Otherwise, it'd be C, because it's big, but it's not really impressive.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna go with S tier. I don't know what you guys are talking about. We're talking about a different dinosaur, I guess.
Yep.
Well, you know what? I guess that works out. That averages out to a mid-A anyway. I'll do it above Allosaurus, because it's derived from Allosaurids.
Yeah.
All right. Up next, Sinosauropteryx prima.
Oh,
it's the cute little baby.
Oh my gosh.
We actually know this dinosaur's colors too. It's a little red panda. It's adorable.
Oh, I wonder. I wonder if they had coloration like for the different sexes, if they had male and female coloration. Or...
I could be wrong. I think we only have the one specimen, at least this well preserved, unfortunately. We know
He's
at least this
adorable.
one looked like this.
He's gonna come home with me.
I
love that
really,
long
really
tail.
like it. But
I'm
I'm
putting this in-
afraid I would have to go with a C.
I was
Because
gonna go with
next to no
A
offensive
tier, but-
capability, only defense is really evasion.
Or
I
to
love
be
it,
in my.
don't get me wrong, but
It won't
then it
have
does have
to.
good survivability, so maybe a low B.
It won't have to survive, and because it can sit on my lap, and I'll take care of it. Stroke its soft tail.
It looks like it's fuzzy, doesn't it?
It would have been very fluffy, yes.
I'm going full on S tier, and you're not going to stop me. You have to give me this.
So for half of the list,
What's that?
You've been S tier for more than half of this list.
They're so cute.
We
I
have
have my
a
own-
biased judge.
I have my own cuteness scale.
How about you, Ember?
I don't know. I mean, it is pretty damn cute. But on the other hand, I get the sinking feeling that it mostly ate our ancestors.
Probably, yeah.
I'm like, that's just rude. I kind of take that personally. Oh, I don't know. I'll give it a D, a slight upgrade because it's so cute.
Ooh. I think, yeah, that averages to a B. It's in the upper half of the chart.
Didn't you say B? So I thought it would be a C.
Yeah, I said I said B, you said S, and and Ember said D. So average is a B.
Okay.
There. All right, up next, Guanlong Wukai, the colorful crowned dragon. From the mid-Jurassic and a small carnivore, it was one of the earliest identifiable tyrannosauroids. So the lineage that led to Tyrannosaurus.
Angry chicken.
We found two that were trapped in a muddy pit formed from a sauropod footprint, and one trampled the other one to death.
Okay.
That's just rude.
So maybe not pack hunters.
Yeah.
Well, they could have been pack hunters and just got stuck in a mud pit, and just like chickens, got stupid.
Yeah, true.
I mean, they're a small carnivore. Look, it's literally a fucking chicken. F.
Why F? Chickens are one of the most, possibly the most successful birds ever.
Because we eat them.
Yes, it still worked. Their evolutionary strategy was being delicious, and it worked.
No, they upped the ante and said, you know what? Our eggs will be delicious too.
That's a really good point. It's not even the deliciousness, though. That is important. It's the regularity. Like, geese only lay like 2 weeks a year. Ducks lay for like a month. But chickens just keep laying until they get a nest. As long as you keep snatching their eggs, they'll keep popping out more.
How much does this thing weigh?
I think the estimate's, I don't know. It's about the size of a Deinonychus. On mass estimate?
So if I hid behind Ember...
About 125
safe?
kilos. So just under 300 pounds.
Ember, you can take it. I'll hide behind you. You take it. And I'll be like, hey, he called you a chicken, not me.
Want me to
Like,
wrestle the angry chicken? I'll
lion
fight
or
it.
tiger size?
I know how to kill chickens. I grew up on a farm.
But do you know how to kill a lion? Because it's about lion size.
Lion-sized chicken doesn't matter. I'm taking it down.
But this one has teeth and claws on its hands.
Now, the clawed hands may throw me for a bit, but I will figure it out.
All right, I'm going to put it in a C tier.
Ooh.
It's
How about you, Ember?
descendants. I'll move up the list. But
Still F. It's a damn chicken.
Jeez. I was going to say B, but I guess that makes it a C. Like, what grade of C?
you can put it at the top of C.
There we go.
Who was
He's the
resisting?
crown of C tier.
Was it the Herrerasaurus who was resisting?
The Nathovorax, yeah. Next. Beishanlong grandis, the grand dragon of the northern mountains.
That's a cool name.
Goose.
Yeah. From early Cretaceous, possible omnivore, one of the largest ornithomimosaurs, and it was named online before being formally described, which is unusual.
It's unusual to get a name like that when if you name shit online, you get Bodie McBoatface.
Dino Goose.
Yeah.
Dino Goose.
Yeah, I can see some gooseness going on there.
But yeah, it would have been really fast. Probably decent at combat, at least with kicks.
Would it live in little herds like goose do?
Goose. We have evidence for herd living in other ornithomimosaurs, but I don't think in this genus specifically.
Yeah. Ornithomimus means goose mime, by the way.
It means bird mimic.
Yeah, but when you talk about birds, you're mostly talking about gooses, right?
I mean, Gallimimus is chicken mimic.
Yeah.
I think Anseramimus is a thing, which would actually be like duck or goose mimic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm putting this guy at this be a D tier for me.
D. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Like being a ornithomimus, that it being large, it would be slower than the rest of them. I guess it'd be like the big prey item and delicious. Okay, damn it, it looks delicious. I want to take it down and eat it. You made me say it. Why'd you make me say it?
It's either eat it or cuddle it, right?
Yeah.
It's big enough you could write it.
That's
Yeah.
true. Ooh, we
Could
could
write it
have
in its eggs.
Grand Dragon races.
Could you put a what do they call those things? Hadith or the Hadith thing on top of it, like the war elephants used to have.
A small one, maybe.
Might be too big or too small for that.
Or Hada. How do you say that? HADAH. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah. You know what it reminds me of? I just realized a tauntaun, and that's why I'm ranking it so low.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
I'm
it'll
like, yeah.
never make it past the first marker.
No, that's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, it looks good, but it'll never make it past the first marker.
How about you, Ember? What do you think?
I'm
I'll
thinking.
see you in hell.
I'm thinking C, because it's got a 10 million year span, which is impressive. Could be an omnivore, so it's got good overall stats. It's just not really exceptional.
But doesn't that mean it would be like slightly above average?
Meh. That's what C means to me.
Fair. So maybe a high C for you. I'd say a low B, so yeah, I think we got another C on our hands. I'll put it below Guanlong.
Delicious goose.
Below the chicken.
We're gonna have a giant goose for Christmas.
Speaking of giant geese,
Oh no, this is the battle goose.
The turtle-like scythe reptile.
yeah, this is this is the
How do-
Reaper of Death with a funky name.
How did they think it was a turtle?
They've just
Because at
found the
first all
claw.
they found were the claws, and they thought they were the ribs of a turtle.
Oh! It's a death pigeon.
And they're absolutely
Yes.
huge.
Like T-Rex size huge.
S. That's nightmare shit right there.
Like
S.
the claws were like this. Wow. You don't want to get slapped by this guy.
Yeah, or speared more likely.
This is an A tier in my opinion.
I would agree. A so a high A, I guess. You know, maybe fear factor top of A.
Yeah. I don't care if it's a herbivore. If I see one of those coming at me, I might just die. I might just, fuck it, I'm out.
Have I mentioned it's almost 20 feet tall? Just looming over you.
Fucking murder pigeon. That's scarier than the damn giant chicken.
Oh, so they're in a dinosaur game I used to play a lot called The Isle. They were horrifically unbalanced. So this thing could run fast, like too fast.
Looks like they're
Well-
going with the giant anteater style of
Yeah, they were, but it's just they made it fast and hit like a freight train.
I bet.
Like, there's nothing you could do. You see one of these coming over the hill, even if you're a T-Rex, this thing could have you down to less than half health by the time you manage to kill it, if you're lucky.
Forget
Did
the
they stop-
fucking swords on its hands. Just look at the hind legs. Those are the legs holding up Baba Yaga's hut. You know?
Yeah, it's just death.
Like,
This is death, is what this is.
so did they stop making the Isle? 'Cause I remember seeing people like doing playthroughs of it, and they're not playthroughs,
So-
they're like doing just walk around doing stuff.
So what they did was apparently, well, first off, the owner of the Isle is a total prick. And I mean, fucking asshole. And he pissed off his lead programmer so much that he demolished the code and then quit
Okay.
Oh,
to make his own dinosaur game that's already doing better than the Isle.
what's that
So-
one called?
So the dickhead owner decided, you know what, screw it, we'll just restart from scratch. He said that like 4 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And they're slowly remaking it. And in my opinion, the lead programmer's new Dino game is already way better, and it's only been in development like 3 years. Whereas the Isle's been in development for almost a decade now, with barely anything to show for it.
Does he have his own a name for the new one? We can see. The
Yes,
latest-
it's called Path of Titans. And it's actually really fun. It's like an RPG. Like a Dino RPG.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's actually fun, and you get to customize your dino colors and abilities. Like every dinosaur feels unique. Like, for some reason, there we go. Yeah, they recently updated to add flyers, and they allow mods on servers, so people get to add their own dinosaurs all the time. So it's
That's amazing.
oh yeah, it's done wonders for the game, and it's growing really freaking fast, and I am happy to see it. I might stream it sometime, honestly, because it's a great game.
Cool.
Anyway, yeah, so Murder Turkey. Or actually, in the aisle, it's called the tickle chicken.
Tickle chicken.
Yes, and when it tickles you, you die. And now, this is Tyrannosaurus Rex. You know what its name means.
We know T-Rex. Classic.
And I actually have a
Scavenger,
special treat.
obviously.
Yeah. I have a special treat for all the people who stuck it out this far. You made it to the king, so you get something special. If you have headphones, please put them on. Or if earbuds, put both earbuds in, and I hope they're good. Because I'm going to play you a recreation of what Tyrannosaurus Rex actually sounded like, based on a lot of biological data. And yeah, I'm going to request that we all mute ourselves while this plays. Oh, right, I have to reshare because I am currently not sharing audio, so I should probably fix that.
How dare you?
Yeah, share audio. Okay. Now, everyone mute yourselves, and let's enjoy.
Pretty chilling sounds, right? Did you feel the infrasound with your headphones?
Yep.
I feel like the stomps were a little bit overdone, and we never really got that roar that you're really expecting, but pretty cool overall.
A little bit. The stomps were a little bit loud, but yeah, just due to the size of Tyrannosaurus Rex, most of the noise it would have made would have been via infrasound. So stuff that's just on the edge of or below human hearing. And what you would feel, because you would feel this before ever hearing it, is you would just feel your chest start to vibrate, followed by your head start to vibrate as this thing growls at a frequency that you can't even hear. You don't know where it is. You don't know how far away it is, because this sound can travel for miles if it wants to.
You just know something terrifying was coming.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Be like,
Add to that
it's
that
near-ish.
add to that based on its foot morphology, it could easily travel silently. So the only hint you have that your death is approaching is this growing vibration that goes through your entire body. And now the question is anyone going to fight me on that?
No, that's just the natural order of things, right?
Like, you can say that T-Rex is like it's overrated and stuff, but when you actually get down to it and you study it,
earned its overrating.
Nothing else comes even close.
It's like Nickelback, right? Like everybody shits on Nickelback because they're so overplayed, so overdone, and now it's become a meme. But the reason they got there is because they actually are pretty damn good, and nobody wants to admit it.
I'd agree for some of their songs at least, but yeah. So, special things about T-Rex. It is the only large carnivore in its ecosystem. It came and it killed off everything else. Because what's special about T-Rex is that as a juvenile, it was completely different. As a teenager, it was completely different. It went from a creature built like an ostrich, a predatory ostrich, to the biggest, most powerful predator that the land has ever seen.
I'd still put the kaiju above it, but yeah, S tier definitely, but kaiju's a fucking kaiju.
Fair. But T-Rex could also... So, we have estimates of its walking speed. Its walking speed was easily 10 miles an hour, and it could keep up that pace for hours at a time. If there wasn't any food in its immediate area, it could just keep going until it found something. It could smell everything within a 10-mile radius. It could see anything within a 3 to 4 mile radius at the very least. Like, Tyrannosaurus Rex, without exaggeration, is the apex of predator evolution.
I don't know. Make it fly.
Doesn't need to.
Then you would have your
It'll just
dragon.
follow you.
Yeah. It's death. It's just it's evolution synthesizing death.
Mm-hmm.
All of its tools for death. But it can't take down that damn kaiju though.
Not alone, but we have scanned its brain case, and add to recent data, Tyrannosaurus might have also been one of, if not the most intelligent dinosaurs ever, including most modern birds. Which is just a whole other level of horrifying.
I wouldn't want to live in the Tyrannosaurus Rex ecosystem.
No.
I might like to fly over it, but I wouldn't want to live in it because every stage of its life cycle is a different way it can kill me.
Yeah, you can't outrun the juvenile. You can't outrun or overpower the subadult, and there's no fucking way you can overpower the adult.
Yeah, I don't.
And then the juveniles are just protected by, or the babies are protected by the parents.
Well, even the babies, they'll just fucking hamstring you, knock you over, and tear your throat out.
Yeah.
They're pretty big. They're about the size of maybe
born the size of a medium-sized dog.
Yeah, so they're already ready to take care of themselves, huh? I mean,
yeah. Well. Probably at less than 5 years old, they'd be deadly to a human.
Yeah, because I'm just looking at them and like thinking about how effective would a shotgun be? A baby, maybe, but by the time you get to subadult, it'll laugh at you. It's like a bear, right? It'll laugh at your shotgun, and the full-grown one tickles.
Yeah, you just annoy it with your shotgun.
Yeah. And it earns its name. And I think we can move on to the next dinosaur now that we've set our piece on the king.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Once again, though, those noises were from Dino Sounds on YouTube. feel free to check them out. They have some cool stuff. Once again, the footsteps were a bit much, but the actual sounds, that's about right. Especially that last one.
Mhm.
Oh, no, it's wanting to play the sounds again. All right, up next, Spinosaurus aegypticus.
Woo!
A dinosaur I just recently did a video about. What are we thinking for this one?
I'm just reading the info card and I'm like, was bombed by the Allies, and then I remembered your video. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Found in 19 or described by a German scientist in 1915.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of unknowns about this critter. It could have been an aquatic terror. It could have been land-based. I still don't agree that the spines necessarily are just a frickin' sail, because those bones are thicker than any other bones in its body, even its femurs.
Well, okay, they are thick front to back, but they are very, very thin side to side.
All the more reason to not be a sail, because the side to side is where you'd need the strength, right?
But the problem is just the mass. Like, if it was musculature, it would tear the spines apart. If it was fat, it wouldn't be able to walk, and the spines wouldn't be able to hold up that much weight. Unless it was
fully
thin,
aquatic.
If it was fully aquatic, but we do have foot material, and it was able to walk on land.
I don't know. I'm maintaining my skepticism until more pieces parts are found. Maybe it did have wings.
I'm going with B tier on Spinosaurus. It made an
B.
interesting little niche for itself, but I don't know how viable that niche was going to be long term.
I mean, we have them over a pretty good spread, and we have tens of thousands of Spinosaurus teeth at least, so we know that they were very successful.
I'm leaning towards A because it would scare the shit out of me if it came for me. I'll give it that. But
yeah,
we need more data. We still aren't even sure if it was land or aquatic or something like an alligator that was a bit of both.
Yeah,
well, it definitely lived in near the water for a large part, because we know about its diet. Yeah, we know what kind of stuff it was eating, and it had these wicked cool hook claws. Have we found any of those for Aegypticus though?
I believe we've found at least some hand material, and it seems to match up with other Spinosaurids.
Yeah.
So it's likely it still had those massive claws.
So yeah, big ass fisherman.
Until we find the hands, we don't have a reason to doubt that it had big claws. Asterisk until we find the hands. As always with Spinosaurus.
Yeah. I'll give it an A with an asterisk pending additional info.
You know, and I gotta say, I'm still waiting for the revenge of the T-Rex from the Jurassic Park series as well.
T-Rex would absolutely demolish a Spinosaurus, just hands down. I'm torn, but I would probably say a high B. So I feel like maybe top of B might be good.
That sounds reasonable.
All right. And up next, we have Deinonychus anteropus. Look, I had to plug my Patreon somewhere.
Is this our only dromaeosaur?
This is the dromaeosaur, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I had to cut things down. So no Unan logins, no Troodontids, Dromaeosaurs. Or Dromaeosaurid.
Swords in general are pretty S tier. I mean, just across the board. Am I wrong about that? I mean, come on.
You definitely would rather boop its snoot and give it a snack than try to fight it.
There are some that are small enough to be, including Velociraptor. Yeah. Velociraptor would be a great little pet.
Yeah. I would probably say A tier myself. Like, decent defensive capability, good agility, so it's okay on the defensive front, good survivability. I think good all around, but nothing absolutely outstanding.
I think intelligence, I mean, these were, they had the intelligence of some of the higher, like birds, right? Isn't that our understanding?
Not really. Their intelligence has been pretty overhyped as far as things go. They would have been about average intelligence for birds.
Okay, so not like a raven or a parrot.
Yeah, but think like a hawk in intelligence and lifestyle, honestly.
Groundhog, huh?
Yes, that is one of the main ways to describe them.
I don't know. I like hawks. One of my totem critters is a red-tailed hawk. They tend to follow me around when I travel. In fact, they actually a couple times have harassed me for photo shoots. I had one chase me down the street until I took its picture.
So I would say A. How about you two?
Yeah, A sounds pretty good to me.
My chat is pushing for S.
How about above Torosaurus?
There you go.
All right, and then we are on our last dinosaur. There's only one major clade left.
Oh, you went with cassowary, huh?
What?
Yep. Sorry. I have to read this. Son of a fuck! Cassowaries are badass. This right here is 7 feet of pure, unadulterated assholery. A cassowary can run at speeds of up to 50 kilometers an hour and will freaking bulldoze anything that gets in its way. Happily. See that dinosaur helmet she's got wearing? That thing will mess you up. Also, she can jump up high enough to kick you right in the tit. Oh, and she has a 13-centimeter claw on each foot. Did you hear that? 13 centimeters. 5 inches. Go measure that. I'll wait. Yeah. Did you see that length of that thing? That thing can take off limbs. It can disembowel a grown human. It can do these things, and it will. Happily. It even swims. It swims, okay? Yeah, that's right. Like you needed another reason not to go in the water. No one wants to swim with the leaping dinosaur shark bird. It's been named the deadliest bird in the world and has the aggression of a PMSing dragon. If confronted by a cassowary, you need to stand tall, look it in the eye, hold your ground, and die like a little bitch. And for good measure, this is a cassowary chasing a jeep. You tell me that. You want to tell me feathered dinosaurs aren't scary?
And that again is one that doesn't eat meat. Well, I guess they do eat a little bit of meat.
Well, they're omnivores.
But do they eat tires?
I think it wants the human in back.
Maybe it's going to want something from that cooler.
It is out for blood.
Did you see it run into the branch there and stop for a second? That was cute.
Yeah, and then immediately catch up.
Yeah, it's like, fuck.
Damn.
He's not giving up either. He's persistent.
Yep.
Yeah. This kind of business is how, emus won the war against the Australians.
Yeah, except emus don't disembowel you. They just
No,
run.
they hump your
Cassowaries don't
leg.
just run.
So random fact about emus. They're the only known avian species that is sexually attracted to humans.
I have never heard of this.
It came up on a weird fact show, and I fact checked it, and at least at the time, the internet said it was true. But who knows with the internet?
So, what do we think for the cassowary?
I'm gonna put it on B tier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll give it an A. The fact that it still exists is a definite survival plus over all the other dinosaurs we've covered.
mm-hmm. Yeah, and just like here's the thing. This is the boiled down descendant of all of these. Well, not all of these, but of the group.
It's the previous critters plus
This is what
65 million. Yeah, this is the shit the freaking meteor couldn't take out. It was too tough for fucking God to kill. Plus 65 million years of evolution.
I want to put it just below the murder turkey or the tickle chicken.
Murder turkey.
And with that, we are done.
Da da da.
there's the tiers.
Here's our tier list, everyone. And I guess we can get rid of the F tier. It's fairly high, like bias towards higher levels, but honestly, I don't feel like there are many bad dinosaurs.
I'm a big dinosaur nerd, so that's. I mean, it is what it is.
Everybody loves dinos. So, like,
Yeah.
you have to adjust your... frankly, the one is only in D because of Mark's bias against them in the first place.
To be fair, there are absolute hellspawn in Ark. Like, I have had one steal a fucking crossbow and eat it. A crossbow.
I want to play one of those in. I'd like just run around and steal people's shit.
Yeah, the thing is, you can tame them and then throw them at people, and they'll do that. It's a legitimate strategy in PvP. The only thing is, what they take is random, so you just have to hope it takes. Well, actually, no. It'll take whatever they have currently equipped. So if they have like a gun, they'll steal the gun.
Yeah, that's effective because people tend to go into PvP with their best weapon equipped. So you make them go to their backup right out of the gate.
Yep. But
gentlemen, I am going to call it a night. Been at this for a bit.
that is fair. Yeah, it's been. Oh, come on! I thought I was logged in.
So rude.
Also, Bree, you are casting your Discord, by the way.
Casting my Discord.
Yeah. At least on StreamYards, it says you are.
What? I don't even know what that means, but I'm a Discord noob, so.
It's just waiting, so I don't know why it's doing that though.
Well, thank you both for joining me. I hope you had a good time.
Yeah, and thanks to all of our assorted audiences for sticking with us and hanging out. It's been a long stream, but it's been freaking fun.
I am thinking of making a super cut of this and uploading it sometime soon. Should hopefully be fairly easy.
Yeah, I dare say. You just got to cut off the first part and cut out the intermission, and you should be good to go.
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to chop things up a little bit to make it a bit more snappy.
Oh, fair enough.
But yeah, I am happy with the result.
Yep. All right. Good night, my dinosaur enthusiast friends.
Yep. Good night, everyone. See you all later.